Hello again. Uh, I'm going on like 10 days of drinking, so you'll have to forgive me for a little bit of mental slowness. I had a nice breakfast. I'm currently having a cup of coffee and some water, but I am still slower than I could be were I not drinking. But I like drinking, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Because I enjoy it. I don't advocate drinking, by the way. So for anyone that does not drink or believes that drinking is bad, you're free to continue believing that, and you shouldn't if that's what you believe. For everyone else, bottoms up, fucking enjoy it. It's been an interesting week. My buddy Max Anomalous is rocking out on his guitar. He went 12 days straight a while back and then stopped for some reason, but then went again. And if you are another Twitch user who's into metal, who's into guitar playing, who's into all around hanging out and listening to music, I'd highly recommend you check out Max Anomalous on Twitch. He sent me over to a couple other folks, and the Twitch world is always just this crazy ADHD, fucking a million miles a minute thing that is fine for what it is. And culture and media studies scholars are going to be looking back on these days, I'm sure, and harkening back to the times when people actually couldn't process everything happening at a million miles a minute as like the good old days of when they could fuck with people's heads. That's not what I'm doing. So if you came here looking for a multimedia extravaganza, you were not going to be getting that. You're going to get old man sitting and reading, because that's what I want to be. That's what I'm going to do. What else? Russia is making another attempt at reclamation of historical territory, and the West is claiming no take-backsies. That's like the big news, I suppose. A lot of stuff going on. You're welcome to read it all for yourselves. I will not be touching on the aspect of politics and political thought that I touched on last week with the work of Jacques Rancière and his book On the Shores of Politics. The final chapter is one that, in the event that you decide to pick up the book and read it for yourselves, you'll see, or at least I hope you'll see, to be extremely interesting if you are of the type to view politics as a cause. There should be a lot of people in America at this point. In the event that you don't pick it up, that's cool too. You don't have to read the same things I read. What I will be touching on today is something completely different. While it is philosophy, it is not nearly a philosophy with the same degree of what's the word I'm looking for? Excitement and general debate. At least not in terms of like the mass consumption of excitement and mass consumption of debate, as something like the political sciences, or as something like the political philosophies. When I was at the New School, I took a class with a person who I assume is now a doctor named P.J. Gorey, who himself is a philosopher. And the class is on the philosophy of science. It's not an exciting subject for those who are more traditionally accepting of philosophy as a pastime. For science nerds, it's about as good as it gets. There's a lot of stuff in the book that I'm going to be reading from today that we touched upon in class. And there's not much to be said about it other than to just go ahead and do the reading. But in the event that you happen to be, for you young kids, happen to be in a position to take a class on the philosophy of science, and you have any interest in science whatsoever, if you have any interest in this whole climate crisis scenario, if you have any interest in psychology, if you have any interest in sociology, if you have any interest in the future of the policy debates that we're having, I would highly recommend that you take a class on the philosophy of science. It is essentially the politics of science and the discussion of that which constitutes what is scientific, that which constitutes what is not scientific, that which constitutes the importance of any various matter of scientific pursuit. I would look it up were I you. And when I was in your position, I did. So you can be like me and do it, or you can not be like me and not do it. Or you can also not be like me and do it out of sheer
20
spite
hours.
for me. Any number of those, or any combination of those things, or any of those choices would be acceptable to me. So, without further ado, I'm going to read to you a selection of selections from a selection of selections in what is basically a textbook called Readings in the Philosophy of Science, From Positivism to Postmodernism. It's compiled by Theodore Schick Jr. Now again, this is pretty much a standard textbook. Pretty much a standard textbook in the philosophy of sciences. There's not much to say about it that I haven't already said. Dr. P.J. Gorey was extremely helpful. He's a very good professor. If you have a chance to take a class from him, I would highly recommend it. Makes things very easy to digest. Provides really concise ideas, or really concise summations of the ideas in a way that will be that will sort of take an idea that's this big and constrict it down to something that's this big that is as easily expandable back up to its original size without losing or gaining a lot. I had to lie to him once in order to get a clean read on something that I'd been working on. So I'm sorry for that. But beyond that, also a good professor. I think it's like 5 picantes in that fucking professor, rate my professor thing. That's what that. 5 of those things. Take class, watch the Russia thing, build me a car and pay me tons of money just to do this. I don't have any other thoughts at the moment. Again, I'm a little slow. So I'm going to start the reading now. I'm going to read from part 1. including the general introduction. So let's get to it. General introduction. Every inquiry makes certain assumptions about what it's trying to find and how best to look for it. Science is no exception. The philosophy of science critically examines the assumptions underlying scientific inquiry in an attempt to understand its nature and evaluate its results. It is commonly assumed, for example, that scientific inquiry gives us objective knowledge of the world by providing explanations based on laws or theories that have been confirmed through observation or experiment. To evaluate this claim, the philosophy of science asks such questions as, what is a scientific theory? What distinguishes scientific theories from non-scientific ones? How are scientific theories confirmed? What is a scientific law? What is a scientific explanation? How are different sciences related to one another? Are all sciences reducible to physics? What is the relationship between theory and observation? Is what we observe affected by the theory we accept? If so, can scientific inquiry be objective? Are scientific theories invented or discovered? If they are invented, what guarantee do we have that they correspond to reality? What is the reality between science and religion? What is the relation between science and religion? Can everything be explained in natural terms, or must we appeal to the supernatural? By answering these questions, we not only gain a better understanding of science, but we also gain a better understanding of the scope and limits of human knowledge. Philosophy is not the only discipline that studies science. History, psychology, and sociology have also made a study of science, but their concern is with the action of scientists, not with the underlying assumptions of science. They attempt to determine what caused certain scientists or groups of scientists to behave as they did, not whether the assumptions underlying their behavior are justified. A historian may want to know what effect the Inquisition had on the development of science. A psychologist may want to know why James Watson, one of the discoverers of DNA, treated the research of Rosalind Franklin the way he did. A sociologist may want to know why the Chinese never developed a science comparable to that of the West. That sounds racist. But none of these disciplines attempt to analyze the conceptual underpinnings of science in the way that philosophy does. What distinguishes good science from bad science is not a question that can be answered by science. We can't use a particular model of science to determine whether that model is adequate, because in using it, we would have already assumed its adequacy. Any judgment concerning the acceptability of a particular mode of inquiry must appeal to the general principles of knowledge. Only philosophy provides conceptual resources needed to make such a judgment. Because of its interest in the nature of knowledge and reality, philosophy has long been concerned with the nature of science, supposedly the most reliable source of knowledge about reality. Philosophical inquiries into the scientific enterprise have not only elucidated it, they have also changed it. For over 2,000 years, science was conducted using an Aristotelian model. To understand something was to know its purpose. Philosophical critiques of this notion led to the scientific revolution of the 16th century. Scientists now seek to understand things by identifying their causes. In the 20th century, our understanding of the nature of science has undergone an almost as radical a transformation as it did in the 16th. New developments in logic led a number of thinkers to believe that the notions of confirmation, explanation, and reduction can be expressed in purely formal terms. Known as logical positivists, they developed the most detailed and precise philosophy of science to date. Logical positivists were empiricists. They believed that the only source of knowledge about the world is sense experience. They believed that sense experience is the same for everybody, and that it can be expressed in a language free of any theoretical basis. This, they thought, is what makes science objective. Both of these positions have been called into question, and so has the objectivity of science. Many postmodernists do not believe that science provides us with objective knowledge. For them, science is merely one way of making sense of the world, and not necessarily the best. To help the reader understand how someone could hold this view, this anthropology, this antho... To help the reader understand how someone could hold this view, this anthology presents the classic of logical positivism that led up to it. The text is divided into 9 parts. Now I'm just giving you the this is what they do in introductions of books. They tell you what's going to happen for the remainder of the book. And this last paragraph is that. This text is divided into 9 parts. First deals with the problem of demarcation. What distinguishes science from non-science? The second deals with the nature of scientific inference. What is the relationship between theories and their data? The third deals with the nature of scientific theories. What is a scientific explanation? The fourth deals with the question of the unity of science. Are all sciences reducible to physics? The fifth deals with the nature of observation. Is all observation theory-laden? The sixth deals with the question of scientific objectivity. Is scientific inquiry free of any bias? The seventh deals with the status of theoretical entities. Do theoretical entities such as electrons exist? The eighth deals with the relationship between science and religion. Is science a religion? Finally, the ninth part deals with some contemporary issues in the philosophy of physics, the philosophy of biology, and the philosophy of psychology. There are 9 parts. If you're interested in any of these 9 parts, I recommend you check this book out. You can go to your local library, and then you can sneak your way over to the copy machines, and then make Xerox copies of the specific section you're interested in. And then when anyone asks, you can say that what you're doing is for academic purposes, and therefore falls under fair use. That's what they do in schools all the time. That's why they give away free shit. Alright, part 1. Science and nonsense. Sorry, that is non-science. Science and non-science. That's spelled the same way. Science and non-science. Defining the boundary. Science is considered by many to be the royal road to the truth. If you want to acquire knowledge about the world, they say, you should either consult a scientist or engage in scientific inquiry. But many different disciplines claim to be scientific, and not all of them are. So to keep from falling into error, we need some way of telling legitimate scientific claims from illegitimate ones. What makes a claim scientific? What distinguishes real science from pseudoscience? This is the problem of demarcation. Nowhere is this question more pressing than in the creation versus evolution controversy. Scientific creationism, as propounded by the Institute for Creation Research, holds 1. That the universe, energy, and life were created from nothing relatively recently, around 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. 2. That living things could not have developed from a single organism through mutation and natural selection. 3. That there is very little variation among members of the same species. 4. That humans did not develop from the apes. And 5. That the Earth's geology can be explained by the occurrence of various catastrophes, including a worldwide flood. This account of the creation of the universe and its inhabitants is derived primarily from the Bible's book of Genesis. the Bible did a book on a video game console. That's the truth. Doubt it. Promoting religion in the public schools, however, violates the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which reads, "Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion." Consequently, the courts have consistently found laws requiring the teaching of creationism to be unconstitutional. Our concern, however, is not with the constitutionality of the teaching of creationism, but with its status as a scientific theory. Our concern, however, is not with the constitutionality of the teaching of creationism, but with its status as a scientific theory. We want to know whether creationism really is as good a theory as evolution. A.J. Ayer presents the logical positivist's view of the distinction between scientific and non-scientific claims. Scientific claims are empirically verifiable. Their truth can be established through observation. Other claims, such as the absolute enters into, but is itself incapable of, evolution and progress, are not empirically verifiable, and hence are non-scientific. Because there is no way to verify such claims, do not say anything that can be considered true or false. I'll repeat that. Because there is no way to verify such claims, they do not say anything that can be considered true or false. And because these claims have no truth value, they are cognitively meaningless. They do not convey any information. They may excite certain emotions in us, but they don't tell us anything about the world. The view that only verifiable claims are meaningful is a fundamental principle of logical positivism, and is known as the verifiability theory of meaning. The view that only verifiable claims are meaningful is a fundamental principle of logical positivism, and is known as the verifiability theory of meaning. Karl Popper does not consider verifiability to be the mark of the scientific, because verifying theories is too easy. Some theories, such as those of Freud, Adler, and Marx, have been verified many times over and yet do not tell us anything about the world. To be informative, a theory should rule something out. It should be incompatible with certain results of observation. For example, the statement, "either it's raining or it isn't," tells us nothing about the weather because it's consistent with all possible observations. The same goes for the theories of Freud, Adler, and Marx. There is no conceivable situation that would provide grounds for rejecting these theories. They can account for every eventuality in their respective domains. Because these theories are not falsifiable, Popper claims they are not scientific. Thomas Kuhn argues that what's unique about science is its process, not its products. The practitioners conduct their inquiry is what distinguishes science from pseudoscience. Popper judges the status of a field by its fruits. If it produces claims that are falsifiable, it is scientific. Kuhn objects that this criterion is too lax, because by its lights, astrology would be a science. Astrology is the shit, with the horoscopes and shit. Not only has astrology produced many claims that are falsifiable, but many of those claims have turned out to be false. Astrology is not a science because its practitioners do not engage in the sort of puzzle solving that is characteristic of normal science. According to Kuhn, scientific inquiry is guided by a paradigm, a model that indicates what problems are worth investigating and how one should go about investigating them. Astrology is a pseudoscience because it is not governed by a paradigm. There are no agreed-upon criteria that astrologers use to determine what an astrological problem is, or how one should go about solving it. I'm currently thinking about what would constitute an astrological problem. Someone write that down for me to think about later. Imre Lakatos agrees with Kuhn that scientific inquiry must be guided by a paradigm, but he disagrees with Kuhn's assertion that the choice of paradigms is not governed by rules or reason. For if that were true, we would have to conclude that scientific revolution is irrational, a matter of mob psychology. Lakatos proposes what he calls a sophisticated falsificationist theory, which maintains that one theory has been falsified if, and only if, another theory has been found that explains everything explained by the former theory, and also predicts new facts that would have been difficult or impossible to predict from the old theory. If that was a little dense, let me rephrase that in such a way that might be a little more understandable. So if you have a skinny guy and a fat guy, this is already a bad analogy, but I'm going to do it anyways because I like it. The skinny guy would continue to exist until the fat guy ate the skinny guy in such a way that everything about the skinny guy would be constitutional of what the fat guy is. But then the fat guy would also have more of what he is because he's fat. Does that make sense? So scientific theories, one of which is the skinny guy, the other of which is the fat guy, cannot be falsified unless another one proves all of the things or explains all of the things that the initial one explained, and then other things as well. So the skinny guy still exists until the fat guy eats him entirely. And it constitutes everything that the skinny guy once was, plus more, because he's fat. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, because it's a bad analogy. Moving forward, the boundary between science and non-science became a legal issue after some state legislatures passed laws mandating the teaching of creationism in the classroom. In his ruling regarding the Arkansas statute, Judge Overton identified the following essential characteristics of science. 1. It is guided by natural law. 2. It has to be explanatory by reference to natural law. 3. It is testable against the empirical world. 4. Its conclusions are tentative, but not necessarily the final word. And 5. It is falsifiable. Overton rejected the claim that creation has been science on the grounds that it failed those criteria. I don't like the idea of the courts ruling on what science is. That's my E5, if one might. Larry Lawton finds Judge Overton's decision suspect because creationism does meet some of these criteria, and those it doesn't meet are not essential to science. Lawton claims that creationism is both testable and falsifiable because it makes a number of claims falsity can be established through observation, such as the Earth is 6,000 years old. There was a worldwide flood, and dinosaurs and men walked the Earth at the same time. It was proven in the documentary Jurassic Park. What's wrong with creationism is not that it isn't falsifiable, but that its claims have been tested and have turned out to be false. What's more, contrary to what Ruse, the author of the next reading, would have us believe, many scientific theories, such as Darwinian evolution, were not initially guided by natural law or explanatory by reference to natural law. In Lawton's view, Judge Overton made the right decision, but for the wrong reason. Michael Ruse testified at the Arkansas trial and offered the criterion that Lawton attacks. He acknowledges that Darwin's theory of evolution may not have been guided by natural law or explained by reference to natural law when it was introduced in the 19th century, but he claims that our concept of science has evolved since then. What we admit as science should be consistent with our current conception of it, which in the case of Darwinian evolution does include those criteria. As for testability, falsifiability, and revisability, Ruse claims that creationism meets none of these criteria because there are no possible circumstances under which the creationists would give up any of the central doctrines. They believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and if the evidence seems to conflict with the Holy Word, it must be mistaken. Selection 1. This is from the work of A.J. Ayer. It's entitled The Elimination of Metaphysics. The traditional disputes of philosophers are, for the most part, as unwarranted as they are unfruitful. I'll read that again. Fucking rugged, man. The traditional disputes of philosophers are, for the most part, as unwarranted as they are unfruitful. Burn! Good God. Who is this guy? I'm going to read the rest of this guy's book. Rough. The clearest way to end them is to establish beyond question what should be the purpose and method of a philosophical inquiry. And this is by no means so difficult a task as the history of philosophy would lead one to suppose. For if there are any questions which science leaves it to the philosopher to answer, the straightforward process of elimination must lead to their discovery. We may begin by criticizing the metaphysical thesis that philosophy offers us knowledge for reality transcending the world of science and common sense. Later on, when we come to define metaphysics and account for its existence, we shall find that it is possible to be a metaphysician without believing in the transcendent reality. We shall see that many metaphysical utterances are due to the commission of logical errors, rather than to a conscious desire on the part of their authors to go beyond the limits of experience. But it is convenient for us to take the case of those. But it is convenient for us to... I'm staring right into the light. Excuse me. Move my book for a second, so I can fucking see things without God staring me right back in the fucking face. We may begin criticizing the metaphysical thesis that philosophy affords us knowledge of a reality transcending the world of science and common sense. Later on, when we come to define metaphysics and account for its existence, we shall find that it is possible to be a metaphysician without believing in transcendent reality. We shall see that many metaphysical utterances are due to the commission of logical errors, rather than to a conscious desire on the part of their authors to go beyond the limits of experience. But it is convenient for us to take the case of those who believe that it is possible to have knowledge of a transcendent reality as a starting point for our discussion. These arguments which we use to refute them will subsequently be found to apply to the world of metaphysics. One way of attacking a metaphysician who claimed to have knowledge of a reality which transcended the phenomenal world would be to inquire from what premises for propositions were deduced. Must he not begin, as other men do, with the evidence of his senses? And if so, what valid process of reasoning can possibly lead him to the conception of a transcendent reality? Surely, have I been fucking reading this on mute the whole fucking time? That's crazy. What the fuck am I doing? I've been reading this on mute for the past fucking 40 minutes. I fucking hate technology. Everything about it now. I have to restart, so I'm going to do so. Son of a bitch, dude. Hope you guys liked watching me read. You can do your bad lip sync things if you want, just for the good cause. Send it over to me though, so that I can see it and determine which one's the funniest. All right, so I'm gonna start again. 40 minutes in. Fuck's sake. Let's see. So, it's been an interesting week. My buddy Max Anomalous has been doing a ton of Twitch streams on his own channel. He's playing tons of metal guitar, doing random chats here and there with his chat as well. In the event that you were a fan of metal music, guitar playing on the whole, and just listening to people play music, I would highly recommend you check out Max Anomalous on Twitch. He at times also sets up a song request stream, so you can request songs via their YouTube channels, and then he'll get to it when he gets to it. It has been an interesting week. Again, I've been checking out Twitch again, and it's a very attention-hoggy medium, which I'm sure to any number of culture and media studies scholars, goddamn it, my Discord channel's got people in there, to any culture and media studies scholars will probably at some point harken back to the good old days of when you can run something like a Twitch channel and have it still fuck with people's heads because there's so much shit going on, you can't really process the attention that it's demanding from you. Russia is currently staking a reclamation claim on Ukraine, and according to our media here in the United States, they are hoping to take it back over. The West is claiming no take-backsies, which is pretty common from the Western perspective, now that I think about it. Plenty more news in the world. I don't remember all the shit that I said when I started the stream and I had my fucking mic on mute. So I'm gonna try to do my best. I didn't take any notes either. I'm just sort of fucking winging it. I will not be touching on the topics that I touched on last week with the reading of Jacques Rancière's On the Shores of Politics. That is a work of political philosophy, which is fine for what it is, but that is not what I will be doing today. I highly recommend that you take a look at it if it was the kind of thing that you find yourself interested in. The final chapter of the book, chapter 4, section 4, excuse me, has a far more concise and direct analysis of the state of democracy as it occurred in the 90s. um, which is a very interesting time for those of us who were still alive. I was a child uh, in the 90s. Some of you 90s kids are now having children, um, and probably were even less aware of what was happening than even I was. The 90s were a very interesting time for democracy, apparently, and Jacques Rancière's book, On the Shores of Politics, is a treatise on the nature of democracy as it was, or as he saw it, from whatever fucking world he was studying, and how it compared to the Earth. What I will be reading from today is a book called Readings in the Philosophy of Science, from Positivism to Postmodernism. It was compiled by Theodore Schick Jr. Now, when I was at the New School, that's a place, that's not an adjective and then a like a random topic. I took a class with a philosopher named, I guess he's a doctor now, Dr. P.J. Gore, on the topic of the philosophy of sciences. Much of the stuff in this book is stuff, by stuff I mean ideas, concepts. Some of the readings themselves are actually directly taken from readings that were assigned in this class. So a lot of it is familiar, pseudo-familiar, kind of familiar to me. And Dr. Gore specifically had a very enviable way of taking very, very, I've used this gesture before, very complex ideas and shrinking them down into very concise, distilled meanings, distilled statements, so that you get the most potent aspect of what the idea is attempting to convey in a way that allows you to expand outward and contract once again, in a way that doesn't lose any of the essential elements of what the reading itself was attempting to convey or attempting to argue. So in the event that you happen to have the opportunity, for anyone at the New School now, I highly advise that you take a chance and at least explore the possibility of taking a class with Dr. Gore, because he's quite a good professor. Five picantes is what I would give him in the rate my professor world. I think that's I don't know if that's the thing. Whatever the thing is, whatever the rubric is for a good professor, that's what he would get. I believe he's also doing other stuff. I don't think philosophers only study one thing, and just that. I don't know what they do. I'm not a philosopher. So whatever it is he's doing, he's a good teacher, and I assume he'll be doing a good job at that. Sort of odd tale. I had to lie to him once to get a clean read on a essay that I was working on. So I apologize for that. But I needed a clean reading. I have no feelings about having to explain myself beyond that. I had already explained right at the top that I was slightly out of sorts because I'd been drinking a lot. So I feel like drinking, specifically right now. So I have been. And now I went 40 minutes without having any audio. And I'm catching like waves upon waves of thoughts in my head of people sitting there trying to figure out what the hell was going on as I'm reading a book for 40 minutes without hearing anything that I'm reading. What that must have been like. For anyone trying to make sense of their media consumption. Cover. Philosophy of science. Peter Gore, good professor. So the topic itself is not, again, it's not an entirely popular and highly sought after field of philosophy. Doesn't carry with it like the rock star status of debating the classics, anything having to do with political philosophy, anything having to do with media philosophy, any of those types of thinking arts or thinking pursuits, whatever they're called. But it's interesting to me, and anyone that's ever taken a class, or anyone that's got any interest, rather, in physics. Physics is like the big one, but more psychology. From my perspective, anyone that's got any interest in politics, psychology, sociology, cultural studies, stands to gain immensely. Even a cursory reading into the body of work that is representative of the philosophy of science. Anyone that's interested in climate change or the climate change issue. Anyone that's interested in population control or immigration or anything having to do with fucking science. Should spend some time, at least in my opinion. You would be doing yourself an immense favor. This goes for computer scientists as well. You'd be doing yourselves an immense favor to take a look into the readings of and writings of the philosophy of sciences. I know it helped me when it came to the way that I look at psychological studies. In a, few and far between times I actually sit down and read a fucking 15-page study, which are just essentially delivering data that I can't verify, can't touch. I essentially just have to look at it and determine the degree to which it's going to be salient to what I'm working on. It's been immensely helpful in understanding sort of how you figure the shit out. You specifically, not these other scientists. This book is, I think I mentioned before, or maybe I didn't, is essentially a collection of the major works in the field. It goes other stuff. It looks to be the case that some of the older work, I can see there is stuff from Bruno Latour in here, who's relatively contemporary. There is Rudolf Carnap, who's an older guy. It doesn't have any of the stuff from what's-his-face. What the fuck his name is. Name starts with an W. It's got Hempel stuff, it's got Popper's, and Kuhns and Lakatoshes. Got a little bit of Hume. For the most part, it's a standard textbook. Again, in the event that you are looking into it, it wouldn't be a horrible place to start. I don't know that there are a lot of textbooks in this field. I don't know, so I couldn't say. But I would recommend it. God damn it. It's like an hour. So that's 20 minutes of talking just now. 40 minutes of possibly looking at me trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And if you have stuck through, then you are exactly the audience I want. Which is the one that's going to look at the screen and then realize there's probably something weird happening, and then looking away and caring about your business without leaving because you don't have anything else to do. I'm not going to grab at your attention because I feel like that's a very intimate act. And for me to just do something that's so intimate in a way that's so forceful, to grab at it, it just seems wrong to me. So I won't fucking do that. What I will do now is begin the reading that I began about 45 minutes ago before having to restart because I had my audio off. Now this is the general introduction. Every inquiry makes certain assumptions about what it's trying to find out. What it's trying to find, and how best to look for it. Science is no exception. The philosophy of science critically examines the assumptions underlying scientific inquiry in an attempt to understand its nature and evaluate its results. It is commonly assumed, for example, that scientific inquiry gives us objective knowledge of the world by providing explanations based on laws or theories that have been confirmed through observation or experiment. To evaluate this claim, the philosophy of science asks such questions as, what is a scientific theory? What distinguishes scientific theories from non-scientific ones? How are scientific theories confirmed? What is scientific law? What is a scientific explanation? How are different sciences related to one another? Are all sciences reducible to physics? What is the relationship between theory and observation? Is what we observe affected by the theory we accept? If so, can scientific inquiry be objective? Are scientific theories invented or discovered? If they are invented, what guarantee do we have that they correspond to reality? What is the relation between science and religion? Can everything be explained in natural terms, or must we appeal to the supernatural? By answering these questions, we not only gain a better understanding of science, but we also gain a better understanding of the scope and limits of human knowledge. Philosophy is not the only discipline that studies science. History, psychology, and sociology have also made a study of science, but their concern is with the action of scientists, not with the underlying assumptions of science. They attempt to determine what caused certain scientists, or groups of scientists, to behave as they did, not whether the assumptions underlying their behavior are justified. A historian may want to know what effect the Inquisition had on the development of science. A psychologist may want to know why James Watson, one of the discoverers of DNA, treated the research of Rosalind Franklin the way he did. A sociologist may want to know why the Chinese never developed a science comparable to that of the West. None of these disciplines attempts to analyze the conceptual underpinnings of science in the way that philosophy does. What distinguishes good science from bad science is not a question that can be answered by science. You can't use a particular model of science to determine whether that model is adequate, because in using it we would have already assumed its adequacy. Any judgment concerning the acceptability of a particular mode of inquiry must appeal to general principles of knowledge. Only philosophy provides the conceptual resources needed to make such a judgment. There's a fairly Because of its interest in the nature of knowledge and reality, philosophy has long been concerned with the nature of science, supposedly the most reliable source of knowledge about reality. Philosophical inquiries into the scientific enterprise have not only elucidated it, they have also changed it. For over 2,000 years, science was conducted using an Aristotelian model. To understand something was to know its purpose. Philosophical critiques of this notion led to the scientific revolution about the 16th century. That's a misread. Philosophical critiques of this notion led to the scientific revolution of the 16th century. Scientists now seek to understand things by identifying their causes. In the 20th century, our understanding of the nature of science has undergone almost as radical a transformation as it did in the 16th. New developments in logic led a number of thinkers to believe that the notions of confirmation, explanation, and reduction could be expressed in purely formal terms. Known as logical positivists, they developed the most detailed and precise philosophy of science to date. The logical positivists were empiricists. They believed that the only source of knowledge about the world is sense experience. They believed that sense experience is the same for everybody, and that it can be expressed in a language free of any theoretical bias. They believed that sense experience is the same for everybody, and that it can be expressed in a language free of any theoretical bias. This, they thought, is what makes science objective. Both of these positions have been called into question, and so is the objectivity of science. Many postmodernists do not believe that science provides us with objective knowledge. For them, science is merely one way of making sense of the world, and not necessarily the best. To help the reader understand how someone could hold this view, this anthology presents the classic critiques of logical positivism that led up to it. This text is divided into 9 parts. The first deals with the problem of demarcation. What distinguishes science from non-science? The second deals with the nature of scientific inference. What is the relationship between theories and their data? The third deals with the nature of scientific theories. What is scientific explanation? The fourth deals with the question of the unity of science. Are all sciences reducible to physics? The fifth deals with the nature of observation. Is all observation theory laden? That's a weird way to say that. Is all observation theory laden? The sixth deals with the question of scientific objectivity. Is scientific inquiry free of any bias? The seventh deals with the status of theoretical entities. Do theoretical entities such as electrons exist? The eighth deals with the relationship between science and religion. Is science a religion? Finally, the ninth part deals with some contemporary issues in the philosophy of physics, the philosophy of biology, and the philosophy of psychology. Part 1. Science and non-science. Defining the boundary. In my initial reading, I pronounced that nonscience, and it occurred to me that the word conscience and non-science are spelled exactly the same, but for the first letter. And yet they're pronounced entirely differently. And also non-science is not an actual word. So, continuing on. Science is considered by many to be the royal road to the truth. If you want to acquire knowledge about the world, they say, you should either consult a scientist or engage in scientific inquiry. But many different disciplines claim to be scientific, and not all of them are. So to keep from falling into error, we need some way of telling legitimate scientific claims from illegitimate ones. What makes a claim scientific? What distinguishes real science from pseudoscience? This is the problem of demarcation. Nor is this question more pressing than in the creation versus evolution controversy. Scientific creationism is propounded by the Institute for Creation Research holds that the universe and life were created from nothing around 6,000 to 10,000 years ago. 2. That living things could not have developed from a single organism through mutation and natural selection. 3. That there is very little variation among members of the same species. 4. That humans did not develop from apes. And 5. That the Earth's geology can be explained by the occurrence of various catastrophes, including a worldwide flood. This account of the creation of the universe and its inhabitants is derived primarily from the Bible's book of Genesis. Promoting religion to the public schools, however, violates the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Promoting religion in the public schools, however, violates the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, which reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. Consequently, the courts have consistently found laws requiring the teaching of creationism to be unconstitutional. Our concern, however, is not with the constitutionality of the teaching of creationism, but with its status as a scientific theory. We want to know whether creationism really is as good a theory as evolution. A.J. Ayer presents the logical positivist view of the distinction between the scientific and non-scientific claims. Scientific claims are empirically verifiable. Their truth can be established through observation. Other claims, such as the absolute enters into but is itself incapable of evolution and progress, are not empirically verifiable. I'll read that again. Scientific claims are empirically verifiable. Their truth can be established through observation. Other claims, such as the absolute enters into, but is itself incapable of evolution and progress, are not empirically verifiable, and hence are non-scientific. Because there is no way to verify such claims, they do not say anything that can be considered true or false. And because these claims have no truth value, they are cognitively meaningless. They do not convey any information. What does it say? They may excite certain emotions in us, but don't tell us anything about the world. The view that only verifiable claims are meaningful is a fundamental principle of logical positivism and is known as the verifiability theory of meaning. Karl Popper does not consider verifiability to be the mark of the scientific because verifying theories is too easy. Some theories, such as those of Freud, Adler, and Marx, have been verified many times over and yet do not tell us anything about the world. To be informative, a theory should rule something out. It should be incompatible with certain results of observation. For example, the statement, either it's raining or it isn't, tells us nothing about the weather because it's consistent with all possible observations. The same goes for the theory of Freud, Adler, and Marx. There is no conceivable situation that would provide grounds for rejecting these theories. We account for every eventuality in their respective domains. Because these theories are not falsifiable, Popper claims that they are not scientific. Thomas Kuhn argues that what's unique about science is its process, not its products. Thomas Kuhn argues that what's unique about science is its process, not its products. The way that practitioners conduct their inquiry is what distinguishes science from pseudoscience. Popper judges the status of a field by its fruits. If it produces claims that are falsifiable, it is scientific. Kuhn objects that this criterion is too lax because by its lights, astrology would be a science. Astrology is the thing where you look at the stars and then you predict the future based on what the stars are doing. At one point, it was considered a science because you could see the stars doing things and then you could say something about what everybody else is doing. Astrology is not a science because its practitioners do not engage in the sort of puzzle solving that is characteristic of normal science. According to Kuhn, scientific inquiry is guided by a paradigm or model that indicates what problems are worth investigating and how one should go about investigating them. Astrology is a pseudoscience because it is not governed by paradigm. There are no agreed-upon criteria that astrologers use to determine what an astrological problem is or how one should go about solving it. And again, I said this in a previous attempt to make this reading. Someone write down the question of what an astrological problem is so that I can think about it later. What would be constitutional of an astrological problem? Imre Lakatos agrees with Kuhn that scientific inquiry must be guided by a paradigm, but he disagrees with Kuhn's assertion that the choice of paradigms is not governed by rules or reason. For if that were true, we would have to conclude that scientific revolution is irrational, a matter of mob psychology.
It's 21 hours.
Lakatos proposes what he calls a sophisticated falsificationist theory, which maintains that one theory has been falsified if and only if another theory has been found that explains everything explained by the former theory, and also predicts new facts that would have been difficult or impossible to predict from the old theory. Now, in the previous explanation, or previous attempt to read, I came up with an analogy that I realized immediately when it was a bad one. And I will use that analogy again to try to give meaning to it. I'm going to read the sentence again, and then I will give the analogy. Lakatos proposes what he calls a sophisticated falsificationist theory, which maintains that one theory has been falsified if and only if another theory has been found that explains everything explained by the former theory and also predicts new facts that would have been difficult or impossible to predict from the old theory. Sort of like if you're trying to find somebody and you see that a bunch of folks have already agreed that a skinny guy was the guy that you were looking for, okay? But there's something about the skinny guy that doesn't seem right. Whereas when it comes to this fat guy over here, that definitely explains to you what it is you're looking for, okay? Now, according to this theory, or this proposal by Lakatos, the thing that you would be looking for, that everyone else says is the skinny guy, would not be how do I best put this? You wouldn't be able to take the fat guy and say this is the thing that explains it until, by some manner, the fat guy eats the skinny guy in such a manner that now everything that was once understood by everybody else to be the skinny guy that you for is explained by the fat guy's being fat. And then also his fatness explains and provides more information about the thing that you were looking for. That's sort of like that. There's one thing that you were looking at, which is a skinny guy. but you believe that the fat guy is the thing. And until the skinny guy is no longer able or no longer best representative of that thing, based on the information that you cannot provide by the skinny guy, which is fat, the fat guy would then have to eat him. Because then you'd have all the things that the skinny guy is, plus fat, which is the thing that the skinny guy can't explain. Or the skinny guy being the guy would not explain. You can't be fat, you're skinny. So you have to be fat to be fat. And if you need fat to get to the answer that you're looking for, then you have to find some way for fat to be fat, for skinny to be skinny, and then for fat to eat skinny. I hope that's far less confusing than it sounded in my head when I said that. Because otherwise you're just going to have to pick up the book and read it yourselves, which I know you don't want to do, especially not now. Moving forward. The boundary between science and non-science became a legal issue after some state legislatures passed laws mandating the teaching of creationism in the classroom. In his ruling regarding the Arkansas statute, Judge Overton identified the following essential characteristics of science. 1. It is guided by natural law. 2. It has to be explanatory by reference to natural law. 3. It is against the empirical world. 4. Its conclusions are tentative, are not necessarily the final word. And 5. It is falsifiable. Overton rejected the claim that creationism is science on the grounds that it fails to meet these criteria. Larry Lawden finds Judge Overton's decision suspect. Creationism does meet some of these criteria, and those it didn't meet are not essential to science. Lawden claims that creationism is both testable and falsifiable because it makes a number of claims whose falsity can be established through observation, such as the Earth is 6,000 years old, there was a worldwide flood, and dinosaurs and men walked the Earth at the same time. What's wrong with creationism is not that it isn't falsifiable, but that its claims have been tested and have turned out to be false. What's more, contrary to what Bruce, the author of the next reading, would have us believe, many scientific theories, such as Darwinian evolution, were not initially guided by natural law or explanatory by reference to natural law. In Lawden's view, Judge Overton made the right decision, but for the wrong reasons. Michael Ruse testified at the Arkansas trial and offered the criterion that Lawden attacks. Loud Dan. He acknowledges that Darwin's theory of evolution may not have been guided by natural law or explained by reference to natural law when it was introduced in the 19th century, but he claims that our concept of science has evolved since then. What we admit as science should be consistent with our current conception of it, which in the case of Darwinian evolution, does include those criteria, as for testability, falsifiability, and revisability. Ruse claims that creationism meets none of these criteria because there are no possible circumstances under which the creationists would give up any of the central doctrines. They believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and if evidence seems to conflict with the Holy Word, it must be mistaken. I'll read that last sentence again. But Michael Ruse, it's really the paragraph. Michael Ruse testified at the Arkansas trial and offered the criteria that Lawden attacks. He acknowledges that Darwin's theory of evolution may not have been guided by natural law or explained by reference to natural law when it was introduced in the 19th century. But he claims that our concept of science has evolved since then. What we admit as science should be consistent with our current conception of it, which in the case of Darwinian evolution does include these criteria. As for testability, falsifiability, and revisability, Ruse claims that creationism meets none of these criteria because there are no possible circumstances under which the creationists would give up any of the central doctrines. They believe that the Bible is the Word of God, and if the evidence seems to conflict with the Holy Word, it must be mistaken. The first reading is from A.J. Ayer's The Elimination of Metaphysics. This is a book, or this is a, what do they call them? Excerpt taken from the book Language, Truth, and Logic. And it opens with a solid burn. I fucking love this first line. Again, A.J. Ayer, The Elimination of Metaphysics, taken from his book Language, Truth, and Logic. The traditional disputes of philosophers are, for the most part, as unwarranted as they are unfruitful. So good, God. The traditional disputes of philosophers are, for the most part, as unwarranted as they are unfruitful. The first way to end them is to establish beyond question what should be the purpose and method of a philosophical inquiry. And this is by no means so difficult to take a task as the history of philosophy would lead one to suppose. For if there are any questions which science leaves it to the philosopher to answer, a straightforward process of elimination must lead to their discovery. We may begin by criticizing the metaphysical thesis that philosophy affords us knowledge of a reality transcending the world of science and common sense. Later on, when we come to define metaphysics and account for its existence, we shall find that it is possible to be a metaphysician without believing in a transcendent reality. We shall see that many metaphysical utterances are due to the commission of logical errors rather than to a conscious desire on the part of their authors to go beyond the limits of experience. But it is convenient for us to take the case of those who believe that it is possible to have knowledge of a transcendent reality as a starting point for our discussion. The arguments which we use to refute them will be subsequently found to apply to the whole of metaphysics. One way of attacking a metaphysician who claimed to have knowledge of a reality which transcended the phenomenal world would be to inquire from what premises his propositions were deduced. Must he not begin, as other men do, with the evidence of his senses? If so, what valid process of reasoning can possibly lead him to the conception of a transcendent reality? Surely from the empirical premises, nothing whatsoever concerning the properties or even the existence of anything super-empirical can legitimately be inferred. But this objection would be met by a denial on the part of the metaphysician that his assertions were ultimately based on the evidence of his senses. He would say that he was endowed with a faculty of intellectual intuition, which enabled him to know facts that could not be known through sense experience. And even if it could be shown that he was relying on empirical premises, and that his venture into a non-empirical world was therefore logically unjustified, it would not follow that the assertions which he made concerning this non-empirical world could not be true. For the fact that a conclusion does not follow from its putative premise is not sufficient to show that it is false. Consequently, one cannot overthrow a system of transcendent metaphysics merely by criticizing the way in which it comes into being. What is required is rather a criticism of the nature of the actual statements which compromise it. And this is the line of argument which we shall in fact pursue. We shall maintain that no statement which refers to a reality transcending the limits of all possible sense experience can possibly have any literal significance, from which it must follow that the labors of those who have striven to describe such a reality have all been devoted to the production of nonsense. I'm going to reread that last line again. What is required is rather a criticism of the nature of the actual statements which compromise it, or which comprise it. What is required is rather a criticism of the nature of the actual statements which comprise it. And this is the line of argument which we shall in fact pursue. For we shall maintain that no statement which refers to a reality transcending the limits of all possible sense experience can possibly have any literal significance, from which from which it must follow that the labors of those who have striven to describe such a reality have all been devoted to the production of nonsense. It may be suggested that this is a proposition which has already been proved by Kant. That's spelled with a K and A. But although Kant has condemned transcendent metaphysics, he did so on different grounds. For he said that the human understanding was so constituted that it lost itself in contradictions when it ventured out beyond the limits of possible experience and attempted to deal with things in themselves. Thus he made the impossibility of a transcendent metaphysics not, as we do, a matter of logic, but a matter of fact. He asserted not our minds could not conceivably have had the power of penetrating beyond the phenomenal world, but merely that they were in fact devoid of it. And this leads the critic to ask how, if it is possible to know only what lies within the bounds of sense experience, the author can be justified in asserting that real things do exist beyond, and how he can tell what are the boundaries beyond which the human understanding may not venture, unless he succeeds in passing them himself. As Wittgenstein says, Wittgenstein, that's the guy, Ludwig. In order to draw a limit to thinking, we should have to think both sides of this limit. I'm going to let you sit with that one for a while. And I'm going to read it again. As Wittgenstein says, in order to draw a limit to thinking, we should have to think both sides of this limit. A truth to which Bradley, who I'm assuming is Bradley Cooper, which makes so very little sense, but is what I'm going with now, because I don't know who this Bradley is at the moment. Deal with it, dude. Sorry, then. A truth to which Bradley gives a special twist in maintaining that the man who is ready to prove that metaphysics is impossible is a brother metaphysician with a rival theory of his own. Whatever force these objections may have against the Kantian doctrine, they have none whatsoever against the thesis that I am about to set forth. It cannot here be said that the author is himself overstepping the barrier he maintains to be impassable. It cannot here be said that the author himself is himself overstepping the barrier he maintains to be impassable. For the fruitlessness of attempting to transcend the limits of possible sense experience will be deduced, not from a psychological hypothesis concerning the actual constitution of the human mind, but from the rule which determines the literal significance of language. Our charge against the metaphysician is not that he attempts to employ the understanding in a field where it cannot profitably venture, but that he produces sentences which fail to conform to the conditions under which alone a sentence can be literally significant. Nor are we ourselves obliged to talk nonsense in order to show that all sentences of a certain type are necessarily devoid of literal significance. We can, but we are not obliged to. We just sort of have to accept. No, don't. Anyway. Nor are we ourselves obliged to talk nonsense in order to show that all sentences of a certain type are necessarily devoid of literal significance. We only formulate the criterion which enables us to test whether a sentence expresses a genuine proposition about a matter of fact, and then point out that the sentences under consideration fail to satisfy it. And this we shall now proceed to do. We shall first of all formulate the criterion in somewhat vague terms, then give the explanations which are necessary to render it precise. The criterion which we use to test the genuineness of apparent statements of fact is the criterion of verifiability. We say that a sentence is factually significant to any given person if and only if he knows how to verify the proposition which it purports to express. That is, if he knows what observations would lead him under certain conditions to accept the proposition as being true or reject it as being false. If, on the other hand, the putative proposition is of such character that the assumption of its truth or falsehood is consistent with any assumption whatsoever concerning the nature of his future experience, then, as far as he is concerned, it is, if not a tautology, a mere pseudo-proposition. The sentence expressing it may be emotionally significant to him, but it is not literally significant. With regard to questions, the procedure is the same. We inquire in every case what observations would lead us to answer the question, one way or the other. And if none can be discovered, we must conclude that the sentence under consideration does not, as far as we are concerned, express a genuine question, however strongly its grammatical appearance may suggest that it does. As the adoption of this procedure is an essential factor in the argument of the book, it needs to be examined in detail. In the first place, it is necessary to draw a distinction between practical verifiability and verifiability in principle. Plainly, we all understand, in many cases believe. Plainly, we all understand, in many cases believe, propositions which we have not in fact taken the steps to verify. Many of these propositions which we could verify if we took enough trouble. Many of these propositions which we could verify if we took enough trouble. But there remain a number of significant propositions concerning matters of fact which we could not verify even if we chose, simply because we lack the practical means of placing ourselves in a position where the relevant observations can be made. A simple and familiar example of such a proposition is the proposition that there are mountains on the farther side of the moon. No rocket has yet been invented which would enable me to go and look at the farther side of the moon, so that I am unable to decide the matter by actual observation. But I do know what observations would decide it for me, if, as is theoretically conceivable, I were once in a position to make them. And therefore, I say that the proposition is verifiable in principle, if not in practice, and is accordingly significant. On the other hand, such a metaphysical pseudo-proposition as the absolute enters into, but is itself incapable of evolution and progress, is not even in principle verifiable. One cannot conceive of an observation which would enable one to determine whether the absolute did or did not enter into evolution and progress. Of course, it is possible that the author of such a remark is using English words in a way in which they are not commonly used by English-speaking people, and he does in fact intend to assert something which could be empirically verified. But until he makes us understand how the proposition that he wishes to express would be verified, he fails to communicate anything to us. If he admits, as I think the author of the remark in question would have admitted, that his words were not intended to express either a tautology or a proposition which was capable, at least in principle, of being verified, then it follows that he has made an utterance which has no literal significance, even for himself. A further distinction which we must make is the distinction between the strong and the weak sense of the term verifiable. A proposition is said to be verifiable, in the strong sense of the term, if and only if its truth can be conclusively established in experience. But it is verifiable in the weak sense if it is possible for experience to render it probable. A proposition is said to be verifiable in the strong sense of the term if and only if its truth could be conclusively established in experience. But it is verifiable in the weak sense if it is possible for experience to render it probable. In what sense are we using the term when we say that a putative proposition is genuine only if it is verifiable? It seems to me that if we adopt conclusive verifiability as our criterion of significance, as some positivists have proposed, our argument will prove too much. Consider, for example, the case of general propositions of law, such propositions, namely, as arsenic is poisonous. All men are mortal. A body tends to expand when heated. It is of the very nature of these propositions that their truth cannot be established with certainty by any finite series of observations. But if it is recognized that such general propositions of law are designed to cover an infinite number of cases, then it must be admitted that they cannot, even in principle, be verified conclusively. And then, if we adopt conclusive verifiability as our criterion of significance, we are logically obliged to treat these general propositions of law in the same fashion as we treat the statements of the metaphysician. In the face of this difficulty, some positivists have adopted the heroic course of saying that these general propositions are indeed pieces of nonsense, albeit an essentially important type of nonsense. Really, the introduction of the term important is simply an attempt to hedge. It serves only to mark the authors' recognition that their view is somewhat too paradoxical, without in any way removing the paradox. Besides, the difficulty is not confined to the case of general propositions of law, though it is there revealed most plainly. It is hardly less obvious in the case of propositions about the remote past. For it must surely be admitted that, however strong the evidence in favor of historical statements may be, their truth can never be more than highly probable, and to maintain that they all constituted an important or unimportant type of nonsense would be implausible, to say the very least. Indeed, it will be our contention that no proposition other than a tautology can possibly be anything more than a probable hypothesis. And if this is correct, the principle that a sentence can be factually significant only if it expresses what is conclusively verifiable is self-stultifying as a criterion for significance, for it leads to the conclusion that it is impossible to make a significant statement of fact at all. Oh! Alright, in the notes, it says here that this Bradley is not Bradley Cooper, but that's in fact his last name. Right? Jesus. Anyway, it's a guy by the name of F.H. Bradley. It's his last name, not first name. He dodged a bullet, I bet. Section 2. This is a selection from Karl Popper's book Science, Conjectures and Refutations. The Growth of Scientific Knowledge. When I received the list of participants in this course and realized that I had been asked to speak to philosophical colleagues, I thought, after some hesitation and consult, that you would probably prefer me to speak about those problems which interest me most, and about those developments with which I am most intimately acquainted. I therefore decided to do what I have never done before, to give you a report on my own work in the philosophy of science, since the autumn of 1919, when I first began to grapple with the problem. When should a theory be ranked as scientific? Or is there a criterion for the scientific character or status of a theory? The problem which troubled me at the time was neither when is a theory true, nor when is a theory acceptable. My problem was different. I wished to distinguish between science and pseudoscience, knowing very well that science often errs, and that pseudoscience may happen to stumble on truth. I knew, of course, the most widely accepted answer to my problem, that science is distinguished from pseudoscience, or from metaphysics, by its empirical method, which is essentially inductive, proceeding from observation or experiment. But this did not satisfy me. On the contrary, I often formulated my problem as one of distinguishing between a genuinely empirical method and a non-empirical or even pseudo-empirical method. That's to say, a method which, although it appeals to observation and experiment, nevertheless does not come up to scientific standards. The latter method may be exemplified by astrology, with its stupendous mass of empirical evidence based on observation, horoscopes, and on biographies. But as it was not the example of astrology which led me to my problem, I should perhaps briefly describe the atmosphere in which my problem arose, and the examples by which it was stimulated. After the collapse of the Austrian Empire, there had been revolution in Austria. The year was full of revolutionary slogans and ideas, and new and often wild theories. Among the theories which interested me were Einstein's theory of relativity. Einstein's theory of relativity was no doubt by far the most important. Three others were Marx's theory of history, Freud's psychoanalysis, and Alfred Adler's so-called individual psychology. There was a lot of popular nonsense talked about these theories, especially about relativity. That still happens even today. But I was fortunate in those who introduced me to the study of this theory. We all, the small circle of students to which I belonged, were thrilled with the results of Eddington's eclipse observation, which in 1919 brought the first important confirmation of Einstein's theory of gravitation. It was a great experience for us, one which had a lasting influence on my intellectual development. Three other theories I have mentioned were also widely discussed among students at the time. I myself happened to come into personal contact with Alfred Adler, and even to cooperate with him in his social work among the children and young people in the working classes of Vienna, where he had established social guidance clinics. It was during the summer of 1919 that I began to feel more and more dissatisfied with these three theories: the Marxist theory of history, psychoanalysis, and the individual psychology. I began to feel dubious about their claims to scientific status. My problem perhaps took the simple form: what is wrong with Marxism, psychoanalysis, and individual psychology? Why are they so different from physical theories, from Newton's theory, and especially from the theory of relativity? To make this contrast clear, I should explain that few of us at the time would have said that we believed in the truth of Einstein's theory of gravitation. This shows that it was not my doubting the truth of those other three theories which bothered me, but something else. Yet neither was it that I merely felt mathematical physics to be more exact than the sociological or psychological type of theory. Thus, what worried me was neither the problem of truth, at that stage at least, nor the problem of exactness or measurability. It was rather that I felt that these other three theories, though posing as sciences, had in fact more in common with primitive myths than with science, that they resembled astrology rather than astronomy. I found that those of my friends who were admirers of Marx, Freud, and Adler were impressed by a number of points common to these theories, and especially by their apparent explanatory power. Key phrase: explanatory power. These theories appear to be able to explain practically everything that happened within the fields to which they referred. The study of any of them seemed to have the effect of an intellectual conversion or revelation, opening your eyes to a new truth hidden from those not yet initiated. Once your eyes were thus opened, you saw confirming instances everywhere. The world was full of verifications of the theory. Whatever happened always confirmed it. Thus its truth appeared manifest. And unbelievers were clearly people who did not want to see the manifest truth, who refused to see it, either because it was against their class interest or because of their repressions which were still unanalyzed, crying aloud for treatment. Way up. The most characteristic element in this situation seemed to me the incessant stream of confirmations, of observations which verified the theories in question, and this point was constantly emphasized by their adherents. A Marxist could not open a newspaper without finding on every page confirming evidence for his interpretation of history, not only in the news but in its presentation, which revealed the class bias of the paper, and especially, of course, in what the paper did not say. Freudian analysts emphasized that the theories were constantly verified by their clinical observations. As for Adler, I was much impressed by a personal experience. Once, in 1919, I reported to him a case which to me did not seem particularly Adlerian, but which he found no difficulty in analyzing in terms of the theory of inferiority feelings. Once in 1919, I reported to him a case which to me did not seem particularly Adlerian, but which he found no difficulty in analyzing in terms of his theory of inferiority feelings, although he had not even seen the child. Slightly shocked, I asked him how he could be so sure. Because of my thousandfold experience, he replied, whereupon I could not help saying, and with this new case, I suppose, your experience has become 1001-fold. What I had in mind was that his previous observations may not have been much sounder than this new one, that each in its turn had been interpreted in the light of previous experience, and at the same time counted as additional confirmation. What, I asked myself, did it confirm? No more than that a case could be interpreted in the light of the theory. But this meant very little, I reflected, since every conceivable case can be interpreted in the light of Adler's theory, or equally of Freud's. I may illustrate this by two very different examples of human behavior. That if a man who pushed a child into water with the intention of drowning it, and that of the man who sacrifices his life in an attempt to save the child. Each of these two cases can be explained with equal ease in Freudian and Adlerian terms. According to Freud, the first man suffered from repression. I have to reread Freud now because I don't see how. It seems like he's dealing with the opposite of repression, like pushing a baby into water. Very free. Anyway, I may illustrate this by two very different examples of human behavior. That of a man who pushes a child into the water with the intention of drowning it, and that of a man who sacrifices his life in an attempt to save the child. These two cases can be explained with equal ease in Freudian and in Adlerian terms. According to Freud, the first man suffered from repression, say of some component of his Oedipus complex, while the second man had achieved sublimation. According to Adler, the first man suffered from feelings of inferiority, producing the need to prove himself that he dared to commit some crime, and so did. The second man, whose need was to prove himself that he dared to rescue the child. I cannot think of any human behavior which could not be interpreted in terms of either theory. It was precisely this fact, that they always fit, that they were always confirmed, which in the eyes of their admirers constituted the strongest argument in favor of these theories. It began to dawn on me that this apparent strength was in fact weakness. With Einstein's theory, the situation was strikingly different. Take one typical instance. Einstein's prediction, then, confirmed by the findings of Eddington's expedition. Einstein's gravitational theory had led to the result that light must be attracted by heavy bodies, which is the sun, precisely as material bodies were attracted. As a consequence, it could be calculated that light from a distant fixed star, whose apparent proposition was close to the sun, would reach the Earth from such a direction that the star would seem to be slightly shifted away from the sun, or in other words, that stars close to the sun would look as if they had moved a little away from the sun and from one another. This is a thing which cannot be normally observed, since such stars are rendered invisible in daytime by the sun's overwhelming brightness, but during an eclipse it is possible to take photographs of them. If the same constellation is photographed at night, one can measure the distances of the two photographs check the predicted effect. Now, the impressive thing about this case is the risk involved in a prediction of this kind. If observation shows that the predicted effect is definitely absent, then the theory is simply refuted. The theory is incompatible with certain results of observation. In fact, with results which everybody before Einstein would have expected. Let me read that. Now, the impressive thing about this case is the risk involved in a prediction of this kind. If observation shows that the predicted effect is definitely absent, the theory is simply refuted. The theory is incompatible with certain possible results of observation. In fact, with results which everybody before Einstein would have expected. This is quite different from the situation I have previously described, when it turned out that the theories in question were compatible with the most divergent human behavior, so that it was practically impossible to describe any human behavior that might not claim to be a verification of these theories. These considerations led me in the winter of 1919 to 1920 to conclusions which I may now reformulate as follows. It is easy to obtain confirmations or verifications for nearly every theory if we look for confirmations. Confirmation should count only if they are the result of risky predictions. That is to say, if, unenlightened by the theory in question, we should have expected an event which was incompatible with the theory, an event which would have refuted the theory. Every good scientific theory is a prohibition. It forbids certain things to happen. The more a theory forbids, the better it is. A theory not refutable by any conceivable event is non-scientific. Irrefutability is not a virtue of a theory, as people often think, but a vice. Every genuine test of a theory is an attempt to falsify it or to refute it. Testability is falsifiability, but there are degrees of testability. Some theories are more testable, more exposed to refutation than others. They take, as it were, greater risks. Confirming evidence should not count, except when it is the result of a genuine test of the theory. This means that it can be presented as a serious but unsuccessful attempt to falsify the theory. I now speak in such cases of corroborating evidence. I'm going to reread number 6. Confirming evidence should not count except when it is the result of a genuine test of the theory. This means that it can be presented as a serious but unsuccessful attempt to falsify the theory. I now speak in such cases of corroborating evidence. Number 7. Some genuine testable theories. Something is happening. Hold on. Number 7. Some testable theories, when found to be false, are still upheld by their admirers. For example, introducing ad hoc in some auxiliary assumption, or by reinterpreting the theory ad hoc in such a way that it escapes refutation. Such a procedure is always possible, but it rescues the theory from refutation only at the price of destroying, or at least lowering, its scientific status. I later described such a rescuing operation as a conventionalist twist, or a conventionalist stratagem. One can sum up all this by saying the criterion of the scientific status of a theory is its falsifiability or refutability, or testability. Patience, by the way, not a scientific theory. I may perhaps exemplify this with the help of the various theories so far mentioned. Einstein's theory of gravitation clearly satisfied the criterion of falsifiability, even if our measuring instruments at the time did not allow us to pronounce on the results of the tests with complete assurance. There was clearly a possibility of refuting the theory. Astrology did not pass the test. Astrologers are greatly impressed and misled by what they believe to be confirming evidence, so much so that they were quite unimpressed by any unfavorable evidence. Astrology did not pass the test. Astrology is the thing that you read in the paper in the horoscope section, in case you've forgotten. It's where they look at the stars and then they say stuff. About what your future is going to be like. Astrology did not pass the test. Astrologers were greatly impressed and misled by what they believed to be confirming evidence, so much so that they were quite unimpressed by any favorable evidence. Moreover, by making their interpretations and prophetics sufficiently vague, they were able to explain away anything that might have been a refutation of the theory had the theory and prophecies been more precise. In order to escape falsification, they destroyed the testability of their theory. It is a typical soothsayer's trick to predict things so vaguely that the predictions can hardly fail, that they become irrefutable. The Marxist theory of history, in spite of the serious efforts of some of its founders and followings, ultimately adapted this soothsaying practice. In some of its earlier formulations, for example in Marx's analysis of the character of the coming social revolution, their predictions were testable, and in fact falsified. Yet instead of accepting the refutations, the followers of Marx reinterpreted both the theory and the evidence in order to make them agree. In this way they rescued the theory from refutation, but they did so at the price of adopting a device which made it irrefutable. They thus gave a conventional twist to the theory. By this stratagem, they destroyed its much advertised claim to scientific status. The two psychoanalytic theories were in a different class. They were simply non-testable and irrefutable. There was no conceivable human behavior which would contradict them. This does not mean that Freud and Adler were not seeing certain things correctly. I personally do not doubt that much of what they say is of considerable importance, and may well play its part one day in a psychological science which is testable. But it does mean that those clinical observations, which analysts naively believe confirm their theory, cannot do this any more than the daily confirmations which astrologers find in their practice. For Freud's epic of the ego, the superego, and the id, no substantially stronger claim to scientific status can be made for it than for Homer's collected stories from Olympus. These theories describe some facts, but in the manner of myths. They contain most interesting psychological suggestions, but not in testable form. At the same time, I realize that such myths may be developed and become testable, that historically speaking, all, or very nearly all, scientific theories originate from myths, and that myth may contain important anticipations of scientific theories. Examples are Empedocles' theory of evolution by trial and error, or Parmenides' myth of the unchanging block universe, in which nothing ever happens and which, if we add another dimension, becomes Einstein's block universe, in which too nothing ever happens, since everything is four-dimensionally speaking determined and laid down from the beginning. I thus felt that if the theory is found to be non-scientific or metaphysical, as we might say, it is not thereby found to be unimportant, or insignificant, or meaningless, or nonsensical, but it cannot claim to be backed by empirical evidence in the scientific sense, although it may easily be, in some genetic sense, the result of observation. Thus the problem which I tried to solve by proposing the criterion of falsifiability was neither a problem of meaningless... Jesus Christ. Thus the problem which I tried to solve by proposing the criterion of falsifiability was neither a problem of meaningfulness or significance, nor a problem of truth or acceptability. It was the problem of drawing a line. It was a problem of drawing a line, as well as this can be done, between the statements, or systems of statements, of the empirical sciences and all other statements, whether they are of a religious or a metaphysical character, or simply pseudoscientific. Years later, it must have 1928 or 1929, I called this first problem of mine the problem of demarcation. The criterion of falsifiability is a solution to this problem of demarcation, for it says that statements or systems of statements, in order to be ranked as scientific, must be capable of conflicting with possible or conceivable observations. So I'm going to try to sum that up in terms of the analogy. I'm not going to sum that up. I'm just going to try to give another example. Try to make it as clear and concise. Going back to the analogy, which is a bad one, of the skinny guy and the fat guy. Sure, the fat guy might very well eat the skinny guy, and therefore, in eating him, contain all of the things which the notion of the skinny guy might have, prior to being eaten, contained. And also, in being fat, provide more of what someone with the understanding of the thing they're looking for being fat than the skinny guy would. But the fat guy can't be skinny because he's fat. And unless the fat guy, in being fat, disproves that the skinny guy was skinny, which is what everyone else has already been explaining, which is that the skinny guy is skinny, and because it's skinny, or because he's skinny, then the thing that they're looking at that says skinny is in fact the truth. And we can't necessarily look at the fat guy as the appropriate explanation. Now, the fat guy can work out and become skinny. That's a matter of politics and work and labor. Ooh. That was every bit as profound as it was dumb. That's exactly what I'm going for. All right, section 3. This is a selection from this cannot be correct. Just a moment. Oh, this is a selection from Thomas Kuhn's that was initially published in Imre Lakatos's and Alan Musgrave's Criticism and the Growth of Knowledge. Logic of Discovery or Psychology of Research. My object in these pages is to juxtapose the view of scientific development outlined in my book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, with the better-known views of our chairman, Sir Karl Popper. Ordinarily, I should decline such an undertaking, for I am not so saying Sir Karl about the utility of confrontations. Besides, I have admired this work for too long to turn critic easily at this date. Nevertheless, I am persuaded that for this occasion the attempt must be made. Even before my book published 2.5 years ago, I had begun to discover special and often puzzling characteristics of the relation between my views and his. That relation and the divergent reactions I have encountered to it suggest that a disciplined comparison of the two may produce peculiar enlightenment. Let me say why I think this should occur. On almost all occasions when we turn explicitly to the same problems, Sir Karl's view of science and my own are very nearly identical. We are both concerned with the dynamic process by which scientific knowledge is acquired, rather than with the logical structure products of scientific research. Given that concern, both of us emphasize, as legitimate data, the facts and also the spirit of actual scientific life, for both of us turn often to history to find them. From this pool of shared data, we share many of the same conclusions. Both of us reject the view that science progresses by accretion. Both emphasize instead the revolutionary process by which an older theory is rejected and replaced by an incompatible new one. And both deeply underscore the role played in this process by the older theory's occasional failure to meet challenges posed by logic, experiment, or observation. Finally, Sir Karl and I are united in opposition to a number of classical positivism's most characteristic theses. We both emphasize, for example, the intimate and inevitable entanglement of scientific observation with scientific theory. We both emphasize, for example, the intimate and inevitable entanglement of scientific observation with scientific theory. We are correspondingly skeptical of efforts to produce any neutral observation language. We both insist that scientists may properly aim to invent theories that explain observed phenomena, and that do so in terms of real objects, whatever the latter phrase may mean. That list, though it by no means exhausts the issues about which Sir Karl and I agree, is already extensive enough to place us in the same minority among contemporary philosophers of science. Presumably, that is why Sir Karl's followers have with some regularity provided my most sympathetic philosophical audience, one for which I continue to be grateful. My gratitude is not unmixed. The same agreement that evokes the sympathy of this group too often misdirects its interest. Apparently, Sir Karl's followers can often read much of my book as chapters from a late, and for some a drastic revision of his classic, Logic of Scientific Discovery. One of them asks whether the view of science outlined in my scientific revolutions has not long been common knowledge. A second, more charitably, isolates my originality as a demonstration that discoveries of fact have a life cycle very like that displayed by innovations of theory. Still others express general pleasure in the book, but will discuss only two comparatively secondary issues about which my disagreement with Sir Karl is most nearly explicit. My emphasis on the importance of deep commitment to tradition, and my discontent with the implications of the term falsification. All these men, in short, read my book through a quite special pair of spectacles. And there's another way to read it. The view that through these spectacles is not wrong. My agreement with Sir Karl is real and substantial. Yet readers outside of the Popperian circle almost invariably fail even to notice that the agreement exists, and that it is these readers who most often recognize, not necessarily with sympathy, what seem to me the central issues. I conclude that a Gestalt switch divides readers of my book into two or more groups. What one of these sees as striking parallelism is virtually invisible to the others. The desire to understand how this can be so motivates the present comparison of my view with Sir Karl's. That was a whole lot. Why don't they just... The comparison must not, however, be a mere point-by-point juxtaposition. What demands attention is not so much the peripheral area in which our occasional secondary disagreements are to be isolated, but the central reason in which we appear to agree. Sir Karl and I do appeal to the same data. Data. To an uncommon extent, we are seeing the same lines on the same paper. Asked about those lines and those data, we often give virtually identical responses, or at least responses that inevitably seem identical in the isolation enforced by the question and answer mode. Nevertheless, experiences like those above convince me that our intentions are often quite different when we say the same things. Though the lines are not the same, the figures which emerge from them are not. That is why I call what separates us a gestalt split rather than a disagreement, and also why I am at once perplexed and intrigued about how best to explore the separation. How am I to persuade Sir Karl, who knows everything I know about scientific development, and who has somewhere or other said it, that what he calls a duck can be seen as a rabbit? That's a reasonable analogy. How am I to show him that what it would be like to wear my spectacles when he has already learned to look at everything I can point to through his own? That's the optical illusion duck rabbit thing. And God damn it. In this situation, a change in strategies in this situation, a change in strategy is called for, and the following suggests itself. Reading over once more a number of Sir Karl's principal books and essays, I encounter again a series of recurrent phrases which, though I understand them and do not quite disagree, are locutions that I can never have used in the same places. Undoubtedly, they are most often intended as metaphors applied rhetorically to situations for which Sir Karl has elsewhere provided unexceptionable descriptions. Nevertheless, for present purposes, these metaphors, which strike me as patently inappropriate, may prove more useful than straightforward descriptions. I'll read that again. Nevertheless, for present purposes, these metaphors, which strike me as patently inappropriate, may prove more useful than straightforward descriptions. They may, that is, be symptomatic of contextual differences that a careful literal expression hides. If that is so, then these locutions may function not as lines on paper, but as the rabbit ear, the shawl, or the ribbon at the throat, which one isolates when teaching a friend to transform his way of...
It's 22 hours.
22 hours. Which one isolates when teaching a friend to transform his way of seeing a gestalt diagram. That, at least, is my hope for them. I have 4 such differences of locutions in mind, and shall treat them seriatim. Fucking English words. Among the most fundamental issues on which Sir Karl and I agree is our insistence that an analysis of the development of scientific knowledge must take account of the way science has actually been. That being so, few of his recurrent generalizations startle me. One of these provides the opening sentences of the first chapter of the Logic Scientific Discovery. The scientist, writes Sir Karl, whether theorist or experimenter, puts forward statements, or systems of statements, and tests them step by step. In the field of the empirical sciences, more particularly, he constructs hypotheses, or systems of theories, and tests them against experience by observation and experiment. The statement is virtually a cliché, yet an application presents 3 problems. I'm going to read that again. A scientist, writes Sir Karl, whether a theorist or an experimenter, puts forward statements, or systems of statements, and tests them step by step. In the field of the empirical sciences, more particularly, he constructs hypotheses, or systems of theories, and tests them against experience by observation and experiment. The statement is virtually a cliché, yet an application presents 3 problems. It is ambiguous in its failure to specify which of the 2 sorts of statements or theories are being tested. That ambiguity can, it is true, be eliminated by reference to other passages in Sir Karl's writings, but the generalization that results is historically mistaken. That is problematic. Furthermore, the mistake proves important, for the ambiguous form of the description misses just that characteristic of scientific practice which most clearly distinguishes the sciences from other creative pursuits. There is one sort of statement or hypothesis that scientists do repeatedly subject to systematic test. I have in mind statements of an individual's best guesses about the proper way to connect his own research problem with the corpus of accepted scientific knowledge. He may, for example, conjecture that a given chemical unknown contains the salt of a rare earth, that the obesity of his experimental rats is due to a specified component in their diet, that a newly discovered spectral pattern is to be understood as an effect of nuclear spin. In each case, the next steps in his research are intended to try out or test the conjecture or hypothesis. If it passes enough or stringent enough tests, the scientist has made a discovery or has at least resolved the puzzle he has been set. That's very strangely worded. If it passes enough or stringent enough tests, the scientist has made a discovery or has at least resolved the puzzle he had been set. If it passes enough or stringent enough tests, the scientist has made a discovery or has at least resolved the puzzle he had been set. If not, he must either abandon the puzzle entirely or attempt to solve it with the aid of some other hypothesis. Many research problems, by no means all, take this form. Tests of this sort are a standard component of what I have elsewhere labeled normal science, or normal research, an enterprise which accounts for the overwhelming majority of the work done in basic science. In no usual sense, however, are such tests directed to current theory. On the contrary, which engaged with a normal research problem, the scientist must premise current theory as a result of his game. His object is to solve a puzzle, preferably one which others had failed. And current theory is required to define that puzzle and to guarantee that, given sufficient brilliance, it can be solved. Of course, the practitioner of such an enterprise must often test the conjectural puzzle solution that his ingenuity suggests, but only his personal conjecture is tested. If it fails the test, only his own ability, not the corpus of current science, is impugned. In short, though tests occur frequently in normal science, these tests are of a peculiar sort, for in the final analysis, it is the individual scientist rather than current theory which is tested. This is not, however, the sort of test Sir Karl has in mind. He is above all concerned with the procedures through which science grows, and he is convinced that growth occurs not primarily by accretion, but by the revolutionary overthrow of an accepted theory and its replacement by a better one. The subsumption under growth of repeated overthrow is itself linguistic oddity, whose raison d'être may become more visible as we proceed. Taking this view, the tests which Sir Karl emphasizes are those which were performed to explore the limitations of accepted theory or to subject the current theory to maximum strain. Among his favorite examples, all of them startling and destructive in their outcome, are Lavoisier's experiments on calcination, the eclipse expedition of 1919, and recent experiments on parity conservation. All, of course, are classic tests, but in using them to characterize scientific activity, Sir Karl misses something terribly important about them. Episodes like these are very rare in the development of science. When they occur, they are generally called forth either by a prior crisis in the relevant field, Lavoisier's experiments or Li and Yang's, or by the existence of a theory which competes with the existing canons of research, Einstein's general relativity. These are, however, aspects of or occasions for what I have elsewhere called extraordinary research, an enterprise in which scientists do display very many of the characteristics Sir Karl emphasizes, but one which, at least in the past, has arisen only intermittently and under quite special circumstances in any scientific speciality. I suggest then that Sir Karl has characterized the entire scientific enterprise in terms that apply only to its occasional revolutionary parts. His emphasis is natural and common. The exploits of a Copernicus or an Einstein make better reading than those of a Bloch or Lorentz. Sir Carl would not be the first if he mistook what I call normal science for an intrinsically uninteresting enterprise. Nevertheless, neither science nor the development of knowledge is likely to be understood if research is viewed exclusively through the revolutions it occasionally produces. For example, though testing of basic commitments occurs only in extraordinary science, it is normal science that discloses both the points to test and the manner of testing. Or again, it is for the normal, not the extraordinary practice of science, that professionals are trained. If they are nevertheless eminently successful in displacing and replacing the theories on which normal practice depends, that is an oddity which must be explained. Finally, and this is for now my main point, a careful look at the scientific enterprise suggests that it is normal science, in which Sir Carl's sort of testing does occur, rather than extraordinary science, which most nearly distinguishes science from other enterprises. If a demarcation criterion exists, we must not, I think, seek sharp or decisive one. It may lie just in that part of science which Sir Carl ignores. In one of his most evocative essays, Sir Carl traces the origin of the tradition of critical discussion, which represents the only practical way of expanding our knowledge to Greek philosophers between Thales and Platos, the men who, as he sees it, encourage critical discussion both between schools and within individual schools. The accompanying description of pre-Socratic discourse is most apt, but what is described does not at all resemble science. Rather, it is the tradition of claims, counterclaims, and debates over fundamentals, which perhaps during the Middle Ages have characterized philosophy and much of social science ever since. Already by the Hellenistic period, mathematics, astronomy, statics, and the geometric parts of optics had abandoned this mode of discourse in favor of puzzle solving. Other sciences, in increasing numbers, have undergone the same transition. In a sense, to turn Sir Carl's view on its head, it is precisely the abandonment of critical discourse that marks transition to science. Once a field has made that transition, critical discourse occurs only at moments of crisis, when the bases of the field are again in jeopardy. Only when they must choose between competing theories do scientists behave like philosophers. That, I think, is why Sir Carl's brilliant description of the reasons for the choice between metaphysical systems so closely resembles my description of the reasons for choosing between scientific theories. This is the notion of scientific crisis. Scientific crisis. In neither choice, as I shall shortly try to show, can testing play a quite decisive role. Scientific crisis is the concept of finding yourself in a situation where, for some reason, skinny no longer is explaining everything. So you have to come up with a different explanation. Now, the notion of skinny no longer explaining things would be the result of continued observation, leading to the belief that fat, and again, fat could eat skinny and adopt skinny, or adopt the things that were once skinny. But whether or not fat disproves skinny is the matter for this scientific revolution. And that is the crisis. It might be neither fat nor skinny. It might be slightly portly. There is, however, I'm satisfied with that. There is, however, good reason why testing has seemed to do so, and in exploring it, Sir Carl's duck may at last become my rabbit. No puzzle-solving enterprise can exist unless its practitioners share criteria which, for that group and for that time, determine when a particular puzzle has been solved. The same criteria necessarily determines failure to achieve a solution. Anyone who chooses may view that failure as the failure of a theory to pass a test. Normally, as I have already insisted, it is not viewed in that way. Only the practitioner is blamed, not his tools. But under the special circumstances which induce a crisis in the profession, gross failure, repeated failure by the most brilliant professionals, the group's opinion may change. A failure that had previously been personal may then come to seem the failure of a theory under test. Thereafter, because the test arose from a puzzle and thus carried settled criteria of solution, it proves both more severe and harder to evade than the tests available within a tradition whose normal mode is critical discourse rather than puzzle solving. In a sense, therefore, severity of test criteria is simply one side of the coin, whose other face is a puzzle-solving tradition. That is why Sir Carl's line of demarcation and my own so frequently coincide. That coincidence is, however, only in their outcome. The process of applying them is very different, and it isolates distinct aspects of the activity about which the decision, science or non-science, is to be made. Examining the vexing cases, for example, psychoanalysis or Marxist historiography, for which Sir Carl tells us his criterion was initially designed, I concur that they cannot now properly be labeled science. But I reached that conclusion by a route far surer and more direct than his. One brief example may suggest that of the two criteria, testing and puzzle solving. The latter is at once the less equivocal and the more fundamental. To avoid irrelevant contemporary controversies, I consider astrology rather than, say, psychoanalysis. Astrology is Sir Carl's most frequently cited example of a pseudoscience. He says by making their interpretation of prophecy sufficiently vague, they, astronomers, were able to explain away anything that might have been a refutation of the theory, had the theory and the prophecies been more precise. In order to escape falsification, they, astronomers, destroyed the testability of the theory. Those generalizations catch something of the spirit of the astrological enterprise. But taken at all literally, as they, astronomers, must be if they are to provide a demarcation criterion, they, astronomers, are impossible to support. The history of astrology during the centuries, when it was intellectually reputable, records many predictions that categorically failed. Not even the astrologer's most convinced and vehement exponents doubted the recurrence of such failures. Astrology cannot be barred from the sciences because of the form in which its predictions were cast, nor can it be barred because of the way its practitioners explain failure. Astrologers pointed out, for example, that unlike general predictions about, say, an individual's propensities or a natural calamity, the forecast of an individual's future was an immensely complex task, demanding the utmost skill, and extremely sensitive to minor errors in relevant data. The configuration of the stars and the 8 planets was constantly changing. The astronomical tables used to compute the configuration at an individual's birth were notoriously imperfect. Few men knew the instant of their birth with the requisite precision. No wonder then that forecasts often failed. Only after astrology itself became implausible did these arguments come to seem question-begging. Similarly, Arguments are regularly used today when explaining, for example, failures in medicine or meteorology. In times of trouble, they are also deployed. In times of trouble, the explanations, are also deployed in exact sciences, like physics, chemistry, and astronomy. There was nothing unscientific about the astrologer's explanation of failure. Nevertheless, astrology was not a science. Instead, it was a craft, one of the practical arts, with close resemblances to engineering, meteorology, and medicine, as these fields were practiced until little more than a century ago. The parallels to an older medicine and to contemporary psychoanalysis are, I think, particularly close. In each of these fields, shared theory was adequate only to establish the plausibility of the discipline and to provide a rationale for the various craft rules which govern practice. These rules have proved their use in the past, but no practitioner supposed rules were sufficient to prevent recurrent failure. A more articulated theory and more powerful rules were desired. But it would have been absurd to abandon a plausible and badly needed discipline with a tradition of limited success simply because these desiderata were not yet at hand. In their absence, however, neither the astrologer nor the doctor could do research, though the doctor or astrologer, had rules to apply. The doctor or astrologer, had no puzzles to solve, and therefore no science to practice. Compare the situations of the astronomer and the astrologer. If an astronomer's prediction failed and his cancellations checked, he could hope to set the situation right. Perhaps the data were at fault. Old observations could be rigged and new measurements made. Tasks which posed a host of calculational and instrumental puzzles. Or perhaps theory needed adjustment, either by the manipulation of epicycles, eccentrics, equants, or by more fundamental reforms of astronomical technique. For more than a millennium, these were the theoretical and mathematical puzzles around which, together with their instrumental counterparts, the astronomical research tradition was constituted. The astrologer, by contrast, had no such puzzles. The occurrence of failures could be explained by particular failures. The occurrence of failures could be explained, but particular failures did not give rise to research puzzles, for no man, however skilled, could make use of them in a constructive attempt to revise the astrological tradition. There were too many possible sources of difficulty, most of them beyond the astrologer's knowledge, control, or responsibility. Individual failures were correspondingly uninformative, as the individual failures, did not reflect on the competence of the prognosticator in the eyes of his professional compeers. Though astronomy and astrology were regularly practiced by the same people, including Ptolemy, Kepler, and Tycho Brahe, there was never an astrological equivalent of the puzzle-solving astronomical tradition. And without the puzzles, able first to challenge and then to attest the ingenuity of the individual practitioner, astrology could not have become a science even if the stars had in fact controlled human destiny. In short, though astrologers made testable predictions and recognized that these predictions sometimes failed, the predictions which sometimes failed, did not and could not engage in the sorts of activities that normally characterize all recognized sciences. Also the astrologers. In short, though astrologers made testable predictions and recognized that these predictions sometimes failed, I guess that means the astrologers, did not and could not engage in the sorts of activities that normally characterize all recognized sciences. Sir Karl is right to exclude astrology from the sciences, but his over-concentration on the science's occasional revolutions prevents his seeing the surest reason for doing so. That fact, in turn, may explain another oddity of Sir Karl's historiography. Though he repeatedly underlines the role of tests in the replacement of scientific theories, he is also constrained to recognize that many theories, for example the Ptolemaic, were replaced before they had in fact been tested. On some occasions, at least, tests are not requisite to the revolutions through which science advances. But that is not true of puzzles. Though the theories Sir Karl cites had not been put to the test before, their displacement, none of these was before it had ceased adequately to support a puzzle-solving tradition. The state of astronomy was a scandal in the early 16th century. Most astronomers, nevertheless, felt that normal adjustments of a basically Ptolemaic model would set the situation right. In this sense, the theory had not failed a test. A few astronomers, Copernicus among them, felt that the difficulties must lie in the Ptolemaic approach itself rather than in the particular versions of Ptolemaic theory so far developed, and the results of that conviction were already recorded. The situation is typical. With or without tests, a puzzle-solving tradition can prepare the way for its own displacement. To rely on testing as the mark of a science is to miss what scientists mostly do, and with it, the most characteristic feature of their enterprise. I think that's a really, it's not the most insightful of readings that they could have included from Thomas Kuhn's body of work with regard to the delineation of science and non-science, I suppose. In the actual book, the Scientific Revolution, whatever it's called, there's a specific passage which I can't call to hand at this moment that provides a better enunciation of Kuhn's idea. This specific one is very relates itself far more to the previous excerpt, which was Karl Popper's explanation. It is what it is, but I would recommend, if this is a topic of interest to you, that you do pick up that book. It's one of the books in the field of the philosophy of science. It's just one of the books. It's called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. I would recommend you pick that up. Again, this passage was not exactly the most illustrative, and it presented itself as a bit of a refutation, which might have been the intent. Here's what it is. This next passage is taken from Imre Lakatosh's book, Lakatosh, The Criticism and the Growth of Knowledge. Now this is the scientific program book, or rather research program book, for those who are unfamiliar with it. It's the notion that there happens to be what I would refer to as a political aspect of science, in that people are all conducting their own research within various programs, and they have to do specific things in a certain way while competing with one another to determine which theory is the most slightly potently of theories. This is a section called Falsification and the Methodology of Scientific Research Programs. One, science, reason or religion. For centuries, knowledge meant proven knowledge, proven either by the power of the intellect or by the evidence of the senses. Wisdom and intellectual integrity demanded that one must desist from unproven utterances and minimize, even in thought, the gap between speculation and established knowledge. The proving power of the intellect, or the senses, was questioned by the skeptics more than 2,000 years ago. But they were browbeaten into confusion by the glory of Newtonian physics. Einstein's results again turned the tables, and now very few philosophers or scientists still think that scientific knowledge is or can be proven knowledge. A few realize that with this, the whole classical structure of intellectual values falls in ruins and has to be replaced. One cannot simply water down the ideal of proven truth, as some logical empiricists do, to the ideal of probable truth, or as some sociologists of knowledge do, to truth by changing consensus. Popper's distinction lies primarily in his having grasped the full implications of the collapse of the best corroborated scientific theory of all times, Newtonian mechanics and the Newtonian theory of gravitation. In his view, virtue lies not in caution in avoiding errors, but in ruthlessness in eliminating them. Boldness in conjectures on the one hand, and austerity in refutations on the other. Boldness in conjectures on the one hand, and austerity in refutations on the other. This is Popper's recipe. Intellectual honesty does not consist in trying to entrench or establish one's position by proving or probabilifying it. Intellectual honesty consists rather in Intellectual honesty consists rather in specifying precisely the conditions under which one is willing to give up one's position. Committed Marxists and the Freudians refuse to specify such conditions. This is the hallmark of intellectual dishonesty. Belief may be a regrettably unavoidable biological weakness to be kept under the control of criticism, but commitment is for Popper an outright crime. I'm going to reread that for you guys. You're going to love this one. I love this shit. Committed Marxists and Freudians refuse to specify such conditions. This is the hallmark of their intellectual dishonesty. Belief may be a regrettably unavoidable biological weakness to be kept under the control of criticism, but commitment for Popper is an outright crime. Kuhn thinks otherwise. He too rejects the idea that science grows by accumulation of eternal truths. He too takes his main inspiration from Einstein's overthrow of Newtonian physics. His main problem too is scientific revolution. But while according to Popper, science is a revolution in permanence, the criticism at the heart of the scientific enterprise, according to Kuhn, revolution is exceptional and indeed extra-scientific. And criticism is, in normal times, anathema. Indeed, for Kuhn, the transition from criticism to commitment marks the point where progress and normal science begins. For him, the idea that on refutation one can demand the rejection, the elimination of a theory, is naive falsificationism. Criticism of the dominant theory and proposals of new theories are only allowed in the rare instance or in the rare moment of crisis. This is the last Kuhnian thesis. Criticism of the dominant theory and proposals of new theories are only allowed in the rare moments of crisis. This last Kuhnian thesis has been widely criticized, and I shall not discuss it. My concern is rather that Kuhn, having recognized the failure both of justificationism and falsificationism, and providing rational accounts of scientific growth, seems now to fall back on irrationalism. For Popper, scientific change is rational, or at least rationally reconstructible, falls in the realm of the logic of discovery. For Kuhn, scientific change, from one paradigm to another, is a mystical conversion, which is not and cannot be governed by the rules of reason, and which falls totally within the realm of social psychology of discovery. Scientific change is a kind of religious change. The clash between Popper and Kuhn is not about a mere technical point on epistemology. It concerns our central intellectual values, and has implications not only for theoretical physics, but also for the underdeveloped social sciences and even for moral and political philosophy. If even in science there's no other way of judging a theory but by assessing the number, faith, and vocal energy of its supporters, and this must be even more so in the social sciences. Truth lies in power. Thus, Kuhn's position would vindicate, no doubt unintentionally, the basic political credo of contemporary religious maniacs. Student revolutionaries. In this paper, I shall first show that in Popper's logic of scientific discovery, two different positions are conflated. Kuhn understands only one of these, naive falsificationism. I prefer the term naive methodological. Oh, good God. I prefer the term naive methodological falsificationism. I think that his criticism of this is correct, and I shall even strengthen it. But Kuhn does not understand a more sophisticated... Kuhn does not understand... Good God. Hear me again? Fucking bastard. But Kuhn does not understand a more sophisticated position. But Kuhn does not understand a more sophisticated position, the rationality of which is not based on naive falsificationism. I shall try to explain and further strengthen the stronger Popperian position, which I think may escape Kuhn's strictures and present scientific revolutions as constituting rational progress rather than as religious conversions. God damn it. Fallibilism versus falsificationism. Sophisticated versus naive methodological falsificationism. Progressive and degenerating problem shifts. Sophisticated falsificationism differs from naive falsificationism, both in its rules of acceptance or demarcation criterion, and its rules of falsification or elimination. For the naive falsificationist, any theory which can be interpreted as experimentally falsifiable is acceptable or scientific. For the sophisticated falsificationist, a theory is acceptable or scientific only if it has corroborated excess empirical content over its predecessor or rival. That is, only if it leads to the discovery of novel facts. This condition can be analyzed into two clauses. If a new theory has excess empirical content, acceptability, and that some of this excess content is verified, acceptability. The first clause can be checked instantly by a priori logical analysis. The second can be checked only empirically, and this may take an indefinite time. Again, for the naive falsificationist, a theory is falsified by a fortified observational statement which can flip it. Or rather, which he decides to interpret as conflicting with it. The sophisticated falsificationist regards a scientific theory, T, as falsified if and only if another theory, T prime, has been proposed with the following characteristics. 1. T prime has excess empirical content over T. That is, it predicts novel facts, that is, facts improbable in the light of, or even forbidden by T. 2. T prime explains the previous success of T, that is, all the unrefuted content of T is contained within the limits and observational error in the content of T prime. And 3. Some of the excess of content T prime is corroborated. Let us take a series of theories T1 prime, T1, T2, T3, where each subsequent theory results from adding auxiliary clauses to, or from the semantical reinterpretation of, previous theory in order to accommodate some anomaly. Oh, right. Belts and whatnot. Whippings. That's also a very important aspect of Emery Lakatos. His belts. Yeah, whippings. Anyway, let us take a series of theories. Bips, come on, man. What? Research programs, theory, detective belt of auxiliary theories, whips. Anyway, let us take a series of theories, T1, T2, T3, which subsequent theory results from adding auxiliary clauses to, or from semantical reinterpretation of, the previous theory in order to accommodate such anomaly, or some anomaly, each theory having at least as much content as the unrefuted content of its predecessor. Let us say that such a series of theories is theoretically progressive, or constitutes a theoretically progressive problem shift, if each new theory has excess empirical content over its predecessor, that is, if it predicts some novel, hitherto unexpected fact. Let us say that a theoretically progressive series of theories is also empirically progressive, or constitutes an empirically progressive problem shift, if some of this excess empirical content is also corroborated, that is, if each new theory leads us to the actual discovery of some new fact. Finally, let us call a problem shift progressive if it is both theoretically and empirically progressive, and degenerating if it is not. We accept problem shifts as scientific only if they are at least theoretically progressive. If they are not, we reject them as pseudoscientific. Progress is measured by the degree to which a problem shift is progressive, by the degree to which the series of theories leads us to the discovery of novel facts. We regard a theory in the series falsified when it is superseded by a theory with higher corroborated content. This demarcation between progressive and degenerating problem shifts now sheds new light. This demarcation between progressive and degenerating problem shifts sheds new light on the appraisal of scientific, or rather progressive, explanations. If we put forward a theory to resolve a contradiction between a previous theory and a counterexample in such a way that the new theory, instead of offering a content-increasing scientific explanation, only offers a content-decreasing linguistic reinterpretation, the contradiction is resolved in a merely semantical, unscientific way. A given fact is explained scientifically only if a new fact is also explained with it. Sophisticated falsificationism thus shifts the problem of how to appraise theories to the problem of how to appraise series of theories. Not an isolated theory, but only a series of theories can be said to be scientific or unscientific. To apply the term scientific to one single theory is a categorical mistake. To apply the term scientific to a single theory is a category mistake. Time-honored empirical criterion for a satisfactory theory was agreement with observed facts. Our empirical criterion for a series of theories is that it should produce new facts. The idea of growth and the concept of empirical character are soldered into one. The revised form of methodological falsificationism has many new features. First, it denies that, in the case of scientific theory, our decision depends upon the results of experiments. If these confirm the theory, we may accept it until we find a better one. If they contradict the theory, we reject it. It denies that what ultimately decides the fate of a theory is the result of a test, an agreement about basic statements. Contrary to naive falsificationism, no experiment, experimental report, observation statement, or well-corroborated low-level falsifying hypothesis alone can lead to falsification. There is no falsification before the emergence of a better theory. But then the distinctively negative character of naive falsification vanishes. Criticism becomes more difficult, and also positive, constructive. But of course, if falsification depends on the emergence of better theories, on invention of theories which anticipate new facts. And the falsification is not simply a relation between theory and the empirical basis, but a multiple relation between competing theories, the original empirical basis, and the empirical growth resulting from the competition. Falsification can thus be said to have a historical character. Moreover, some of the theories which bring about falsification are frequently proposed after the counter-evidence. This may sound paradoxical for people indoctrinated with naive falsificationism. Indeed, this epistemological theory of the relation between theory and experiment differs sharply from the epistemological theory of native falsificationism. The very term counter-evidence has to be abandoned in the sense that no experimental result must be interpreted directly as counter-evidence. If we still want to retain this time-honored term, we have to redefine it like this. Counter-evidence to T1 is a corroborating instance to T2, which is neither inconsistent nor independent of T1, with the proviso that T2 is a theory which satisfactorily explains the empirical success of T1. This shows a crucial counter-evidence, or crucial experiment, can be recognized as such in amongst the scores of anomalies only with hindsight, in the light of some superseding theory. Thus, the crucial element in falsification is whether the new theory offers any novel, excess information compared with its predecessor, and whether some of this excess information is corroborated. Justificationists value confirming instances of a theory. Naive falsificationists stress refuting instances. For the methodological falsificationists, it is the rather rare corroborating instances of the excess information which are the crucial ones. These receive all the attention. We are no longer interested in the thousands of trivial verifying instances, nor in the hundreds of readily available anomalies. The few excess verifying instances are decisive. This consideration rehabilitates and reinterprets the old proverb, exemplum docet, exempla obscurant. Falsification, in the sense of naive falsificationism, corroborated counter-evidence, is not a sufficient condition for eliminating a specific theory, in spite of hundreds of known anomalies. We do not regard it as falsified, that is, eliminated, until we have a better one. Nor is falsification in the naive sense necessary for falsification in the sophisticated sense. A progressive problem shift does not have to be interspersed with refutations. Science can grow without any refutations leading the way. Naive falsificationists suggest a linear growth of science, in the sense that theories are followed by probable refutations which eliminate them. These refutations, in turn, are followed by new theories. It is perfectly probable. It is perfectly possible that theories be put forward progressively in such a rapid succession that the refutation of the nth appears only as the corroboration of the n plus 1th. It is perfectly possible that theories be put forward progressively in such a rapid succession that the refutation of the nth appears only as the corroboration of the n plus 1th. Spirit fingers and jazz hands. This shows that the slogan of proliferation of theories is much more important for sophisticated than for naive falsificationism. For the naive falsificationist, science grows through repeated experimental overthrow of theories. New rival theories proposed before such overthrows may speed up growth but are not absolutely necessary. Constant proliferation of theories is optional but not mandatory. For the sophisticated falsificationist, proliferation of theories cannot wait until the accepted theories are refuted, or until their protagonists get into a Kuhnian crisis of confidence. While naive falsificationism stresses the urgency of replacing a falsified hypothesis by a better one, sophisticated falsificationism stresses the urgency of replacing any hypothesis by a better one. Falsification cannot compel the theorist to search for a better theory simply because falsification cannot precede the better theory. Popperian versus the Kuhnian research program. Let us now sum up the Kuhn-Popper controversy. We have shown that Kuhn is right in objecting to naive falsificationism, and also in stressing the community of scientific growth. Tenacity of some scientific theories. But Kuhn is wrong in thinking that by discarding native falsificationism, he is discarded thereby all brands of falsificationism. Kuhn objects to the entire Popperian research program, and he excludes any possibility of a rational reconstruction of the growth of science. In a succinct comparison of Hume, Carnap, and Popper, Watkins points out that the growth of science is inductive and irrational according to Hume, inductive and irrational according to Carnap, non-inductive and irrational according to Popper. But Watkins' comparison can be extended by adding that it is non-inductive and irrational according to Kuhn. In Kuhn's view, there can be no logic, but only psychology of discovery. For instance, in Kuhn's conception, anomalies, inconsistencies, always abound in science, but in normal periods, the dominant paradigm secures a pattern of growth, which is eventually overthrown by a crisis. Crisis is a psychological concept. It is a contagious panic. Then a new paradigm emerges, incommensurable with its predecessor. There are no rational standards for their comparison. Each comparison contains its own standards. The crisis sweeps away not only the old theories and rules, but also the standards which made us respect them. The crisis sweeps away not only the old theories and rules, but also the standards which made us respect them. The new paradigm brings a totally new rationality. There are no super paradigmatic standards. The change is a bandwagon effect. Thus, in Kuhn's view, scientific revolution is irrational, a matter for mob psychology. Mob, as in a collection of individuals, not mob as in fucking mafia, or Il Cosa Nostra, or organized crime, or organized anything for that matter. The reduction of philosophy of science to psychology of science did not start with Kuhn. An earlier wave of psychologism followed the breakdown of justificationism. For many, justificationism represented the only possible form of rationality. The end of justificationism meant the end of rationality. The collapse of the thesis that scientific theories are provable, that the progress of science is cumulative, made justificationists panic. If to discover is to prove, but nothing is provable, there can be no discoveries, only discovery claims. Thus disappointed justificationists, ex-justificationists, thought that the elaboration of rational standards was a hopeless enterprise and that all one can do is to study and imitate the scientific mind, as it is exemplified in the scientific or in the famous scientists. After the collapse of Newtonian physics, Popper elaborated new non-justificationist critical standards. Now some of those who had already learned of the collapse of justificationist rationality now learned, mostly by hearsay, of Popper's colorful slogans which suggested naive falsificationism, finding them as untenable. They identified the collapse of naive falsificationism with the end of rationality itself. The elaboration of rational standards was again regarded as a hopeless enterprise. The best one can do is study, they thought once again, the scientific mind. Critical philosophy was to be replaced by what Polanyi called a post-critical philosophy. But the Kuhnian research program contains a new feature. We have to study not the mind of the individual scientist, but the mind of the scientific community. Individual psychology is now replaced by social psychology. Imitation of the great scientists by submission to the collective wisdom of the community. Always bad thing. But Kuhn overlooked Popper's sophisticated falsificationism and the research program he initiated. Popper replaced the central problem of classical rationality, the old problem of foundations, with the new problem of fallible critical growth, and started to elaborate objective standards of this growth. In this newspaper, I've tried to develop his program a step further. I think this small development is sufficient to escape Kuhn's strictures. I feel like these excerpts, starting with, I recommend you take a look at all of these. To the best of my knowledge, as a matter of fact, in the latter sections of the book, the author, the collectionist, compilist, goes deeper into many of these thoughts. And currently we're still determining that, these excerpts are intended on providing a relative understanding of the definition of science, and what constitutes science and what constitutes non-science. That which constitutes the nature of scientific study, and that which constitutes something else. Politics, or business, or trying to get laid. The fifth section written by Larry Loudon, 1992, in Science, Technology, and Human Values. I believe this begins to touch upon what might be, or what is rather, understood. So a lot of the field is the science, what is it? STS studies. Science, technology. What the fuck it's called? Right around this time, slightly earlier, that philosophers and social scientists began to look into that area and began to attempt to distinguish themselves from the philosophy of sciences for whatever reason. Again, Larry Loudon, Science at the Bar, causes for concern. The bar is not the place to drink in this matter. This is the law. The law. That's the bar. In the wake of the decision in the Arkansas creationism trial, McLean versus Arkansas, the science are apt to be relishing the outcome. I think position the lights as well as I did last time. In the wake of the decision in the Arkansas creationism trial, McLean versus Arkansas, the friends of science are out to be relishing the outcome. Creationists quite clearly made a botch of their case. There can be little doubt that the Arkansas decision may, at least for a time, blunt legislative pressure to enact similar laws in other states. Once the dust is settled, however, the trial in general, and Judge William R. Overton's ruling in particular, may come back to haunt us. For although the verdict itself is probably to be commended, it was reached for all the wrong reasons, and by a chain of argument which is hopelessly suspect. Once the dust is settled, however, the trial in general, and Judge William R. Overton's ruling in particular, may come back to haunt us. For although the verdict itself is probably to be commended, it was reached for all the wrong reasons, and by a chain of argument which is hopelessly suspect. Indeed, the ruling rests on a host of misrepresentations of what science is and how it works. The heart of Judge Overton's opinion is a formulation of the essential characteristics of science. These characteristics serve as touchstones for contrasting evolutionary theory with creationism. They lead Judge Overton ultimately to the claim, specious in its own right, that since creationism is not a science, it must be a religion. The opinion, with a capital O, offers five essential properties that demarcate scientific knowledge from other things. 1. It is guided by natural law. 2. It has to be explanatory by reference to natural law. 3. It is testable against the empirical word. 4. Its conclusions are tentative, are not necessarily the final word. And 5. It is falsifiable. I said this in the previous reading, as this specific passage was enunciated in the introduction, that I find problematic the notion of the legal system dictating the terms of science. And what is constitutional of science? Mostly because judges are not scientists. They're judges. Granted, their job is to weigh evidence, weigh argument, delineate between that which is constitutional.
It's 23 hours.
It's 23 hours. That which is constitutional and that which is not constitutional. I don't mean that in the American Supreme Court sense. I mean that in the sense of they define that which constitutes something and that which constitutes something else. They're not philosophers of science either. They're probably good at judging and determining, weighing the evidence that would constitute that which is constitutional science and that which is not constitutional science. They're not experts in the field of science. The reason I bring that up in the middle of this reading is, as I mentioned, anyone with any decent respect for the concern of climate scientists, or anyone with a decent lack of respect, would be doing themselves an immense favor to be looking into the field of the philosophy of sciences before they, or at least as they, weigh the evidence before them. The constitutionality of laws pertaining to climate science, at least in America, are coming. They are coming. And we will have to deal with them as citizens. So, fucking good luck. That's all I'll have to say about that, because nope. Nope. Fucking hornets, man. Anyway. The opinion offers 5 essential properties that demarcate scientific knowledge from other things. It is guided by it is guided by natural law. 2, it has to be explanatory by reference to natural law. Also natural. 3, it is testable against the empirical world. 4, its conclusions are tentative, are not necessarily the final word. And 5, it is falsifiable. They fall naturally into families, properties. Right? No. These fall naturally into families. Properties 1 and 2 have to do with law-likeness and explanatory ability. The other three properties have to do with the falsifiability and testifiability. The other three properties have to do with the fallibility and testability of scientific claims. I shall deal with the second set of issues first, because it is there that the most egregious errors of fact and judgment are to be found. At various key points in the opinion, creationism is charged with being untestable, dogmatic, and thus non-tentative and unfalsifiable. All three charges are of dubious merit. For instance, to make the interlinked claims that creationism is neither falsifiable nor testable is to assert that creationism makes no empirical assertions whatsoever. That is surely false. Creationists make a wide range of testable assertions about empirical matters of fact. Thus, as Judge Overton himself grants, apparently without seeing its implications, the creationists say that the Earth is of very recent origin, say 6,000 to 20,000 years old. They argue that most of the geological features of the Earth's surface are diluvial in character, products of the postulated products of the fucking flood. I'm not going to read that word. Noah's flood. For fuck's sake. They are committed to a large number of factual historical claims with which the Old Testament is replete. They assert the limited variability of species. They are committed to the view that, since animals and man were created at the same time, the human fossil record must be paleontologically. I hate you. They are committed to the view that, since animals and man were created at the same time, the human fossil record must be paleontologically coextensive with the record of lower animals. It is fair to say that no one has shown how to reconcile such claims with the available evidence which speaks persuasively to a long Earth history, among other things. In brief, these claims were testable. They have been tested, and they have failed those tests. Unfortunately, the logic of the opinion's analysis precludes saying any of the above. By arguing that the tenets of creationism are neither testable nor falsifiable, Judge Overton, like those scientists who similarly charge creationism with being testable, deprives science of its strongest argument against creationism. Indeed, if any doctrine in the history of science has ever been falsified, it is the set of claims associated with creation science. Asserting that creationism makes no empirical claims plays directly, if inadvertently, into the hands of the creationists by immunizing their ideology from empirical confrontation. The correct way to combat creationism is to confute the empirical claims but not make, not to pretend that it makes no such claims at all. It is true, of course, that some tenets of creationism are not testable in isolation. The claim that man emerged by a direct supernatural act of creation. That scarcely makes creationism unscientific. It's now widely acknowledged that many scientific claims are not testable in isolation, but only when embedded in a larger system of statements, some of whose consequences can be submitted to test. Judge Overton's third worry about creationism centers on the issue of revisability. Over and over again, he finds creationism and its advocates unscientific because they have refused to change it, regardless of the evidence developed during the course of the investigation. In point of fact, the charge is mistaken. If the claims of modern-day creationists are compared with those of their 19th century counterparts, significant shifts in orientation and assertion are evident. One of the most visible opponents of creationism, Stephen Gould, concedes that creationists have modified their views about the amount of variability allowed at the level of species change. Creationists do, in short, change their minds from time to time. Doubtless, they would credit these shifts to their efforts to adjust their views to a newly emerging evidence, in what way they imagine to be a scientifically respectable way. Perhaps what Judge Overton had in mind was the fact that some of creationism's core assumptions, e.g. that there was a Noachian flood, that man did not evolve from lower animals, or that God created the world, seem closed off from any serious modification. but historical and sociological researches on science strongly suggest that the scientists of any epoch likewise regard some of their beliefs as so fundamental as not to be open to repudiation or negotiation. Would Newton, for instance, have been tentative about the claim that there were forces in the world? Are quantum mechanicians willing to contemplate giving up the uncertainty relation? Are physicists willing to specify circumstances under which they would give up energy conservation? Numerous historians and philosophers of science, e.g. Kuhn, Mitroff, Feyerabend, and Lakatos, have documented the existence of a certain degree of dogmatism about core commitments in scientific research, and have argued that such dogmatism plays a constructive role in promoting the aims of science. I am not denying that there may be subtle but important differences between the dogmatism of scientists and that exhibited by many creationists, but one does not even begin to get at those differences by pretending that science is characterized by uncompromising open-mindedness. Even worse, the ad hominem charge of dogmatism against creationism egregiously confuses doctrines with the proponents of these doctrines. Since no law mandates that creationists should be invited into the classroom, it is quite irrelevant whether they themselves are closed-minded. The Arkansas statute proposed that creationism be taught, not that creationists should teach it. What counts is the epistemic status of creationism, not the cognitive idiosyncrasies of the creationists. Because many of the theses of creationism are testable, a mindset of creationists has no bearing in law or in fact on the merits of creationism. But what about the other pair of essential characteristics which the MacLean opinion cites? What about the other pair of essential characteristics which the MacLean opinion cites? Namely, that science is a matter of natural law and explainable by natural law. I find the formulation in the opinion to be rather fuzzy, but the general idea appears to be that it is inappropriate and unscientific to postulate the existence of any process or fact which cannot be explained in terms of some known scientific laws. For instance, the creationist assertion that there are outer limits to the law of species cannot be explained by natural law. Earlier in the opinion, Judge Overton also writes, "There is no scientific explanation for these limits which is guided by natural law," and thus concludes that such limits are unscientific. Still later, remarking on the hypothesis of the Noachian flood, he says a worldwide flood as an explanation of the world's geology is not the product of natural law, nor can its occurrence be explained by natural law. Quite how Judge Overton knows that a worldwide flood can be explained by the laws of science is left opaque. Even if we did not know how to reduce a universal flood to the familiar laws of physics, this requirement is an altogether inappropriate standard for ascertaining whether a claim is scientific. For centuries, scientists have recognized the difference between establishing the existence of a phenomena and explaining that the phenomena is a law-like way. Our ultimate goal, no doubt, is to do both. But to suggest that the MacLean opinion does repeatedly, that an existence claim, there was a worldwide flood, is unscientific until we have found the laws on which the alleged phenomena depends is simply outrageous. Galileo and Newton took themselves to have established the existence of gravitational phenomena long before anyone was able to give a causal or explanatory account of gravitation. Darwin took himself to have established the existence of natural selection almost a half a century before geneticists were able to lay out the laws of heredity on which natural selection depended. If If we took the MacLean opinion criterion seriously, we should have to say that Newton and Darwin were unscientific. And, to take an example from our own time, it would follow that plate tectonics is unscientific because we have not yet identified the laws of physics and chemistry which account for the dynamics of crustal motion. The real objection to such creationist claims as that of the relative invariability of species is not that such invariability has not been explained by scientific laws, but rather that the evidence for invariability is less robust than the evidence for its contrary variability. But to say as much requires renunciation of the opinion's other charge, to wit, that creationism is not testable. I would argue that this tale of woeful fallacies in the Arkansas ruling, I could continue with this tale of woeful fallacies in the Arkansas ruling, but that is hardly necessary. What is worrisome is that the opinion's lines of reasoning, which neatly coincide with the predominant tactic among scientists who have entered the political. What is worrisome is that the opinion's lines of reasoning, which neatly coincides with the predominant tactic among scientists who have entered the public fray in this issue, leaves many of the loopholes for the creationists to exploit. As numerous authors have shown, the requirements of testability, revisability, and falsifiability are exceedingly weak requirements, leaving aside the fact that, as I pointed out above, it can be argued that creationism already satisfies these requirements. It would be easy for a creationist to say the following: I will abandon my views if we find a living specimen of species intermediate between man and apes. It is, of course, extremely unlikely that such an individual will be discovered. But, in that statement, the creationists would satisfy, in one fell swoop, all the formal requirements of testability, falsifiability, and revisability. If we set a very weak standard for scientific status, and let there be no mistake, I believe that all of the opinion's last three criteria fall in this category, it will be quite simple for creationism to qualify as scientific. Rather than taking on creationists so bleakly in wholesale fashion by suggesting that what they are doing is unscientific to tout court, which is doubly silly because few authors can even agree on what makes an activity scientific, we should confront their claims directly and in a piecemeal fashion by asking what evidence and arguments can be marshaled for and against each of them. The core issue is not whether creationism satisfies some undemanding and highly controversial definitions of what is scientific. The real question is whether the existing evidence provides stronger arguments for evolutionary theory than for creationism. Once that question is settled, we will know what belongs in the classroom and what does not. Debating the scientific status of creationism, especially when science is construed in such an unfortunate manner, is a red herring that diverts attention away from the issues that should concern us. Some defenders in the scientific orthodoxy will probably say that my reservations are just nitpicking ones, and that, at least to a first order of approximation, Judge Overton has correctly identified what is fishy about creationism. The apologists for science, such as the editor of the Skeptical Inquirer, have already objected to those who criticize this whitewash of science on arcane semantic grounds, drawn from the most remote searches of the academic philosophy of science. But let us be clear about what is at stake. In setting out the MacLean opinion to characterize the essential nature of science, Judge Overton was explicitly venturing into philosophical terrain. His ober dicta are about as remote from well-founded opinion in the philosophy of science as creationism is from respectable geology. It simply will not do for the defenders of science to invoke philosophy of science when it suits them. The much-loved principle of falsifiability comes directly from the philosopher Karl Popper, and to dismiss it as arcane and remote when it does not. However, the noble motivation, bad philosophy, makes for bad law. However noble the motivation, bad philosophy makes for bad law. The victory in the Arkansas case was hollow. for it was achieved only at the expense of perpetuating and canonizing a false stereotype of what science is and how it works. Oh, man. If it goes unchallenged by the scientific community, it will raise grave doubts about that community's intellectual integrity. No one familiar with these issues can believe that anything important was settled through anachronistic efforts to revive a variety of discredited criteria for distinguishing between the scientific and the non-scientific. 50 years ago, Clarence Darrow asked, apropos the Scopes trial, "Isn't it difficult to realize that a trial of this kind is possible in the 20th century of the United States of America?" We can raise that question anew with the added irony that, this time, the pro-science forces are defending a philosophy of science which is, in its very way, every bit as outmoded as the science of creationists. Oh yeah, buddy. This next essay appears to be a response or pre-response no, it's a response or pre-response. Pre-response is the new word to the previous piece by Larry Lawden. Larry Lawden. Michael Ruse, pro-Judice. It's Judice. P-R-O-J-U-D-I-S-I-C. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Give me just a second. Michael Ruse, pro-Judice. J-U-D-I-C-E. Yeah. B-I-T-C-H, man. Pro-Judice. G-U-D-I-C-E. As always, my friend Larry Lawden writes in an entertaining and provocative manner. But in his complaint against Judge William Overton's ruling in McLean v. Arkansas, Lawden is hopelessly wide of the mark. Lawden's outrage centers on the criteria for the demarcation of science which Judge Overton adopted, and the judge's conclusion that, evaluated by these criteria, creation science fails as a science. I shall respond directly to this concern. After making 3 preliminary remarks. First, although Judge Overton does not need defense from me or anyone else, as one who participated in the Arkansas trial, I must go on record as saying that I was enormously impressed by his handling of the case. His written judgment is a first-class piece of reasoning. With cause, many have criticized the state of Arkansas for passing the Creation Science Act. But we should not ignore that, to the state's credit, Judge Overton was born, raised, and educated in Arkansas. Second, Judge Overton, like everyone else, was fully aware that proof that something is not science is not the same proof that something is religion. The issue of what constitutes science arose because the creationists claimed that their ideas qualify as genuine science rather than as fundamentalist religion. Attorneys developing the attorneys developing the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, case believed it important to show that creation science is not a genuine science. Of course, this demonstration does not raise the question of what creation science really is. The plaintiffs claimed that creation science always was and still is religion. The plaintiffs' lawyers went beyond the negative argument against science to make the positive case for religion. They provided considerable evidence for the religious nature of creation science, including such things as creationists' explicit reliance on the Bible in their various writings. Such arguments seem about as strong as one could wish, and they were duly noted by Judge Overton and used in support of his ruling. It seems a little unfair in the context, therefore, to accuse him of specious argumentation. Do not adopt the naive dichotomy of science or religion, but nothing else. Third, whatever the merits of the plaintiff's case, the kinds of conclusions and strategies apparently favored by Lawden are simply not strong enough for legal purposes. His strategy would require arguing that creation science is weak science and therefore ought not to be taught. The core issue is not whether creationism satisfies some undemanding and highly controversial definitions of what is scientific. The real question is whether the existing evidence provides stronger arguments for evolutionary theory than for creationism. Once that question is settled, we will know what belongs in the classroom and what does not. Bunch of fucking hornets. I'm out of here. Unfortunately, the U.S. Constitution does not bar the teaching of weak science. What it bars, through the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, is the teaching of religion. The plaintiff's tactic was to show that creation science is less than weak or bad science. It is not science at all. Turning now to the main issue, I see three questions that must be addressed. Using the 5 criteria listed by Judge Overton, can one distinguish science from non-science? Assuming a positive answer to the first question, does creation science fail as genuine science when it is judged by this criteria? And assuming a positive answer to the question, does the opinion in McLean make this case? The first question has certainly tied philosophers of science in knots in recent years. Simple criteria that supposedly give a clear answer to every case, for example, Karl Popper's single stipulation of falsifiability, will not do. Nonetheless, although there may be many gray areas, white does seem to be white, and black does seem to be black. Less metaphorically, something like psychoanalytic theory may or may not be science. There do appear to be clear-cut cases of real science and of non-science. For instance, an explanation of the fact that my son has blue eyes, given that both parents have blue eyes, not in terms of dominant and recessive genes, and with an appeal to Mendel's first law is scientific. The Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, that in the Mass the bread and wine turn into the body and blood of Christ, is not scientific. Furthermore, the 5 cited criteria of demarcation do a good job of distinguishing the Mendelian example from the Catholic example. Law and explanation through law come into the first example. They do not enter the second. We can test the first example, rejecting it if necessary. In this sense, it is tentative, and that something empirical might change our minds. The case of transubstantiation is different. God may have his own laws, but neither scientist nor priest can tell us about those which turn bread and wine into flesh and blood. There is no explanation through law. No empirical evidence is pertinent to the miracle, nor would the believer be swayed by empirical fact. Microscopic examination of the host is considered relevant. In this sense, the doctrine is certainly not tentative. One pair of examples certainly do not make for a definitive case, but at least they do suggest that Judge Overton's criteria are not quite as irrelevant as Lawden's criteria implies. What are the types of objections to the criteria that law does or could make? As far as the use of law is concerned, he might complain that scientists themselves have certainly not always been that particular about reference to law. For instance, consider the following claim by Charles Lyell in his Principles of Geology. We are not, however, contending that a departure from the antecedent course of physical events cannot be traced to the introduction of man. All the scholars agree that in this statement, Lyell was going beyond law. The coming of man required special divine interest, special divine intervention. Yet, surely, the principles as a whole qualify as a contribution to science. Two replies are open. Either one agrees that the case of Lyell shows that science has sometimes mingled with law and with non-law. Two replies are open. Either one agrees that the case of Lyell shows that science has sometimes mingled law with non-law, or one argues that Lyell and others mingled science with non-science, specifically religion at this point. My inclination is to argue the latter. Insofar as Lyell acted as scientist, he appealed only to law. A century and a half ago, people were not as conscientious as today about the separating science and religion. A century and a half ago, people were not conscientious today about separating science and religion. However, even if one argues the former alternative, some science has allowed place for non-law-bound events, this hardly makes Laudan's case. Science, like most human cultural phenomena, has evolved. What was allowable in the early 19th century is not necessarily allowable in the late 20th century. Specifically, science today does not break with law. And this is what counts for us. We want criterion of science for today, not for yesterday. Before I'm accused of making my case by fiat, let me challenge Laudan to find one point within the modern geological theory of plate tectonics where appeal is made to miracles, that is, to breaks with the law. Of course, saying that science appeals to law, not asserting that we know all of the laws. Who said we did? Not Judge Overton, in his opinion. What about the criterion of tentativeness? Which involves a willingness to test and reject if necessary. Laudan objects that real science is hardly all that tentative. Historical and sociological researches on science strongly suggest that the scientists of any epoch likewise regard some of their beliefs as so fundamental as not to be open to repudiation or negotiation. It can be denied that scientists do sometimes, frequently, hang on to their views, even if not everything meshes precisely with the real world. Nevertheless, such tenacity can be exaggerated. Scientists, even Newtonians, have been known to change their minds. Although I would not want to say that the empirical evidence is all decisive, it plays a major role in such mind changes. As an example, consider a major revolution in our own time, namely that which occurred in geology. When I was an undergraduate in 1960, students were taught that continents do not move. 10 years later, they were told that they do move. Where is the dogmatism here? Furthermore, it was the new empirical evidence about the nature of the seabed which persuaded geologists. In short, although science may not be as open-minded as Karl Popper thinks it is not as closed-minded as, say, Thomas Kuhn thinks it is. Let me move on to the second and third questions, the status of which Let's move on to the second and third questions, the status of creation science and Judge Overton's treatment of the problem. The slightest acquaintance with the creation science literature and creationism movement shows that creation science fails abysmally as science. Consider the following passage, written by one of the leading creationists, Wayne T. Gish, in Evolution, The Fossils Say No. Creation. By creation, we mean the bringing into being by a supernatural creator of the basic kinds of plants and animals by the process of sudden or fiat creation. We do not know how the creator created, what processes he used, for he used processes which are not now operating anywhere in the natural universe. This is why we refer to creation as special creation. You cannot discover by scientific investigations anything about the creative process used by the creator. The following similar passage was created by Henry M. Morris, who is considered to be the founder of creation science movement. It is quite impossible to determine anything about creation through a study of present processes, because present processes are not created in character. If man wishes to know anything about creation, the time of creation, the duration of creation, the order of creation, the methods of creation, or anything else, the sole source of true information is that of divine revelation. God was there when it happened. We were not there. Therefore, we are completely limited to what God has seen fit to tell us. And this information is in His written word. This is our textbook on the science of creation. By their own words, therefore, creation scientists admit that they appeal to phenomena not covered or explicable by any laws that humans can grasp as laws. It is not simply that the pertinent laws are not yet known. Creative processes stand outside laws humans know it, or could know it, on Earth. At least there is no way that scientists can know Mendel's law through observation and experimentation. Even if God did use His own laws, they are necessarily veiled from us forever in this life, because Genesis says nothing of them. Furthermore, there is nothing tentative or empirically checkable about the central claims of creation science. Creationists admit as much when they join the Creation Research Society, the leading organization of the movement. As a condition of membership, applicants must sign a document specifying that they now believe and will continue to believe the Bible is the written word of God, and because we believe it to be inspired throughout, all of its assertions are historically and scientifically true in all of the original autographs. To the student of nature, that means that the account of origins in Genesis is a factual presentation of simple historical truths. All basic types of living things, including man, were made direct creative acts of God during creation week as described in Genesis. Whatever biological changes have occurred since creation have accomplished only changes within the original created kinds. The Great Flood, described by Genesis, commonly referred to as the Noachian Deluge, was a historical event, worldwide in its extent and effect. 4. Finally, we are an organization of Christian men of science who accept Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. The amount of the special creation of Adam and Eve as one man and one woman and their subsequent fall into sin is the basis for our belief in the necessity of a Savior for all mankind. Therefore, salvation can only come through accepting Jesus Christ as our Savior. It is difficult to imagine the evolutionists signing a comparative statement that they will never deviate from the literal text of Charles Darwin on the origin of species. The nonsense. The non-scientific nature of creation science is evident for all to see. It is also religious. The non-scientific nature of creation science is evident for all to see, as is also its religious nature. Moreover, the quotes I have used above were all used by Judge Overton, in the MacLean opinion, to make exactly the points I have just made. Creation science is not genuine science, and Judge Overton showed this. Finally, what about Laudan's claim that some parts of creation science, claims about the flood, are falsifiable, and that other parts, let's mute it again, the non-scientific nature of creation science is evident for all to see, as is also its religious nature. Moreover, the quotes above were all used by Judge Overton, in the MacLean opinion, to make exactly the points I have just made. Creation science is not genuine science, and Judge Overton showed this. Finally, what about Laudan's claim that some parts of creation science, e.g. claims about the flood, are falsifiable and that other parts, e.g. about the originally created kinds, are revisable? Such parts are not falsifiable or revisable in a way indicative of genuine science. Creation science is not like physics, which exists as part of humanity's common cultural heritage and domain. That is, it exists solely in the imaginations and writing of a relatively small group of people. Their publications and stated intentions show that, for example, there is no way they will relinquish belief in the flood, whatever the evidence. In this sense, their doctrines are truly falsifiable. Furthermore, any revisions are not genuine revisions, but exploitations of the gross ambiguities in the creationists' own position. In the matter of origins, for example, some elasticity could be perceived in the creationist position, given the conflicting claims that the possibility of degenerative change within the originally created kinds. What? In the matter of origins, for example, some elasticity could be perceived in the creationist position, given the conflicting claims that the possibility of degenerative change within the originally created kinds. Unfortunately, any open-mindedness soon proves illusory. For creationists have no real idea about what God is supposed to have created in the beginning, except that man was a separate species. They rely solely on the book of Genesis. And God said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creatures that hath life, and the fowl that may fly above the earth, and the open firmament of heaven. And God created great whales, and every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly, after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. God saw that it was good. And God blessed them, saying, Be fruitful, and multiply. Fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth. And the evening and morning were the fifth day." God talks to animals. "And God said, Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle, and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good." But the definition of kind, what it really is, leaves creationists as mystified as it does evolutionists. For example, creationist Dwayne Gish makes this statement on the subject. "We've defined a basic kind as including all of those variants which have been derived from a single stock. We cannot always be sure, however, what constitutes a separate kind. The division into kinds is easier the more the divergence observed. It is obvious, for example, that among invertebrates, the protozoa, sponges, jellyfish, worms, snails, trilobites, lobsters, and bees are all different kinds. Among the vertebrates, the fishes, amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals are obviously different basic kinds. Among the reptiles, turtles, crocodiles, dinosaurs, pterosaurs, flying reptiles, and ichthyosaurs, aquatic reptiles, would be placed in different kinds. Each one of these major groups of reptiles would be further subdivided into basic kinds within each. Within the mammalian class, duck-billed platypus, bats, hedgehogs, rats, rabbits, dogs, cats, lemurs, monkeys, apes, and men are easily assignable to basic different kinds. Among apes, gibbons, orangutans, chimpanzees, and gorillas would each be included in different basic kind. Apparently, a kind can be anything from humans, one species, to trilobites, literally thousands of species. The term is flabby to the point of inconsistency. Because humans are mammals, if one claims, as creationists, that evolution can occur within but not across kinds, then humans could have evolved from common mammalian stock, but because humans themselves are kinds, such evolution is impossible. In brief, no true resemblance between the creationists. In brief, there are no true resemblance between the creationists' treatment of their concept of kind and the openness expected of scientists. Nothing can be said in favor of creation science or its inventors. Overton's judgment emerges unscathed by Lauden's complaints. It's the end of the selection of the selections. Now, what we'll give you is part one. At the end of this first part, he gives us a set of suggestions for further reading. We'll read off the names of those books. Logical Positivism by Ayers. What is Science? By Campbell. Karl Popper's Philosophy of Science by Paul Churchland. Abusing Science by Philip Kitcher. The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. Criticism and the Growth of Knowledge by Imre Lakatos and Alan Musgrave. The Structure of Science by Ian Nagel. Conjectures and Refutations by Popper. Logic of Scientific Discovery by Popper. Foresight and Understanding by Toulmin. Again, those are suggested readings for this first section, which is Science and Non-Science, Defining the Boundary. This specific textbook was published in 2000. Which to many would be an important era because it marked Y2K, and to others marked the beginning of the millennial generation, and even further to others marked the beginning of the Bush era. Bush the latter. The last two readings were far more political than I was expecting, in terms of the content and the weighing in of where the legal system or politics itself comes into play within the philosophy of science. There are better readings with regard to the nature of politics with a big P that are touched upon by the authors in question, and the authors included. I have no solid opinion beyond, or on this collection, beyond the fact that the author included some cases that went directly into the legal ramifications of the politics of science. It provides a solid reading of what occurs within the field of science when the debates on what is constitutional of science are pulled in to public policy and to public debate. It is what it is. Within the field, it's not something that you would necessarily have any need to study as much as taking a look at it as a case study. If that's your interest, I would not suggest, or I would not steer you away from the politics, or rather
the philosophy of sciences in the event that you do not want to touch on those matters. There are lots of religious scientists, devoutly religious scientists, who operate within the field without considering these things or allowing these things a manner by which they themselves can come to terms with their religion and their scientific enterprise by erecting boundaries that they themselves have erected for themselves. Here's what it is. Let me take a look at it. Beyond that, I hope that gave you a better understanding of the delineation of the boundaries between science and non-science within the field of the philosophy of science. I fear that it may not have, and I'm thinking back on the readings themselves, and it may have been a I recommend you read more into it if it is something that is of interest to you. I don't have any other interests to discuss at the moment. You are all aware of Maine Incorporated and the rules of the road as they have been enunciated. I will see you next Tuesday. Oh no, something happened.
From the dawn of humankind, we have looked to the stars for meaning. Amidst the realities of existence, they have watched over us and forgiven us our awe and wonder. The briefest respite between our labors and strife. In our arrogance, we surrendered to our own conceit. Our search became our right, and for millennia we spread our message of our rightful place amongst the stars with one another. The stars aligned, we proclaimed, to provide us with the guidance we required. Our labors became our destiny. Our wars our triumph. We assumed our place amongst the stars, and the stars watched over us, shimmering and approval. In time we forgot. We grew indifferent to our watchful stewards, and turned our attention away from them. We turned to one another. We saw one another, and we took the guidance given us by the stars to show one another the error of one another's ways. The stars have shown us, we proclaimed. The labors we have undertaken and the wars we have fought sanctioned by the stars and just by their guidance. And others proclaimed the stars' condemnation. It is our labors and wars sanctioned. The stars have shown us, the others proclaimed. In our arrogance, we tore the stars from one another. No longer joined as our watchful stewards, the stars became ours, and our rightful place amongst the stars was true to the stars' rightful place amongst us. And in our rightful place we labored, and we made war with one another. And the wars we made with one another drove us further and further amongst the stars, amongst ourselves, and amongst
It's
ourselves.
0 hours.
How long is this? I seriously think I'm gonna read all this, do you, Dad? Yeah, this is like 5 pages of garbage. Garbage, Dad.
Can you just
Goes on and on. No one cares about this kind of stuff. Fine. Gosh. I'm picking up here. In 2979, a consortium of scholars, pilots, and private interests came together to discuss our future. Amidst the war. Superstrings retracted. Access corridor.
What the fuck is this shit? God damn it.
From the dawn of humankind, we have looked to the stars for meaning, amidst the trivialities of existence.
Good God.
Superstrings retracted. Access corridor is clear. Look to the stars, amidst the trivialities of existence. They have watched over us and forgiven us our awe and wonder, the briefest respite between our labors and strife. In our arrogance, we surrendered to our own conceit. Our search became our right, and for millennia we spread our message of our rightful place amongst the stars with one another. The stars aligned, we proclaimed, to provide us with the guidance we required. Our labors became our destiny. Our wars our triumph. We assumed our place amongst the stars, and the stars watched over us, shimmering and purple. In time we forgot. We grew indifferent to our watchful stewards, and turned our attention away from them. We turned to one another. We saw one another, and we took the guidance given us by the stars to show one another the error of one another's ways. The stars have shown us, we proclaimed. The labors we have undertaken and the wars we have fought sanctioned by the stars and just by their guidance. And others proclaim the stars' condemnation. It is our labors and wars sanctioned. The stars have shown us, the others proclaimed. In our arrogance as we tore the stars from one another. No longer joined as our watchful stewards, the stars became ours, and our rightful place amongst the stars was true to the stars' rightful place amongst us. And in our rightful place we labored, and we made war with one another. And the wars we made with one another drove us further and further amongst the stars, amongst ourselves. And amongst ourselves we looked for meaning. How long is this? I seriously think I'm gonna read all this to you, Dad. Yeah, this is like 5 pages of garbage. Garbage, Dad.
Can you just...
Just goes on and on. No one cares about this kind of stuff, Dad. Fine. Gosh. I'm picking up here. In 2979, a consortium of scholars, pilots, and private interests came together to discuss our future. Amidst the wars between the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance, the intrigue, the subterfuge, and the myriad labors of all powers, we were being reminded of our place amongst the stars, and the stars had begun to remind us of their place amongst us. We were not their equals. The stars, this consortium reminded us, had given us meaning and we had squandered its resolve. The stars, this consortium reminded us, had many others over whom they'd watched. We came to know some of those others over whom the stars watched. The Guardians had taken their place amongst the stars long before us. The Godwits had taken their place as well. And they too, the stars, reminded of their place. The stars watched over us all, and we had all grown arrogant in our assumption of our place amongst them. In our arrogance, we had turned to one another. We had once come to know our place amongst the stars was our own, this consortium reminded us. And this consortium reminded us that the stars had watched us come to know these things. The stars have begun again to provide us with meaning this consortium now wants us to know. And this consortium is resolved to remind us of this meaning. For this meaning is given us by the stars. This meaning is given us all, and this resolve the purpose of our labors, our strife. This consortium, we are now reminded, has resolved to remind us all the meaning given us by the stars to all, be us of the Empire, the Federation, the Alliance, or any others. In 3307, the labors and the strife of this consortium, undertaken to remind us all of the meaning being given us by the stars, were given a name. My name is Cadence. My name is Coral. That's it? What? You're just gonna say your name and that's it? You're not gonna say anything about yourself? What, I need to label myself? None of us are secrets here like you did. What? I'm not insecure, you can't talk to me like that.
Girls,
Bitch.
for fuck's sake, can you just stick to the script, please?
Anyway, we are pilots yourself. Commanders Halflock. We have come to you on behalf of this consortium. We have come to call upon you, as this consortium has charged us, to take our place in the labors and strife this consortium has resolved to undertake, to mind all of the meaning being given us by the stars, to mind all of our place amongst the stars and theirs amongst us. Join us, as this consortium of scholars, pilots, and private interests had joined one another, and had resolved to remind all of the meaning being given us by the stars. We are incorporated. Dad, do we really have to use these voice changers? Yeah, we just sound like a couple of guys.